In this video, I'm going to be playing Dreams for PS4. Dreams is a game where you can create 3D models, animations, characters, games, videos. If you can dream it, you can make it in Dreams. This is episode 42 of our Dreams playlist. Feel free to check out the Dreams playlist if you'd like to see more Dreams content. Our friend Kaylee, you can check her out at Kaylee Creator spelled with a K on YouTube, has made something in Dreams that received 81 likes. So now my friend Kratos and I, you can find Kratos on YouTube at Heart of Cards on YouTube, are competing to see if we can create something that hits 82 likes, and it's more or less a race to see who can do it first. Today, as a part of my job, I've had like two tasks. I've had one task that's mainly been like troubleshooting like a problem, and the other task has been getting better at using dreams so that I can potentially create more VR experiences for my company. So throughout the day, in between like moments when I'm not in communications with that company as we're trying to troubleshoot a problem, I've been working on this fighting game that I would like to share with you guys now. It's still a work in progress. There are still some things that I could add or improve on, but this is just a very like simple fighting game. Let's see. So I want to at Kaylee and say, I am about to show off a fighting game thing I made. And let me see if that grabs her attention. Because Kaylee the other day was like, are you going to make like a fighting game? And I was like, nah. And then I did anyways. Ba-da-ba. So let me show you what I have currently. I need to add more lighting so that you can see Rock. But right now you got Shock Player 1 and you got Rock Player 2. There's a two-player game that's meant to be played like local multiplayer. So the two characters don't actually have like a real AI. So if I control one of them, the other one will just follow you. It's not programmed to fight back. But Shock and Rock both have two moves. They're both very simple characters. So you have square for attack and triangle for defend. So for Shock, he has an electric blast and he has a stun floor. The stun floor doesn't deal any damage. It just is like a knockback move, is to keep people off of you. Shock is supposed to be like a zoner character. He doesn't really get up close. And then you have Rock. Rock has this defense pillar where like a pillar of earth rises out of the ground and it can block attacks. But he also has Earth Spike. And Earth Spike shoots out of the ground in front of him. It's not your traditional projectile that goes horizontally across the screen. It instead goes vertically up. So he does actually have to get close enough for the attack to land. So he is more of an up close and personal kind of character. Also, because of how his attack behaves, you can get some interesting effects off of it. Like off of the fact that it shoots up. For example, if you like run and do it, it kind of throws it out of the earth at your opponent. So you can get some horizontal movement. So that's interesting. So I've never done this before. The moon is like a new addition. So apparently if you walk too far to the side, the camera will switch over to the moon. Is that for both sides? That's bizarre. I did not know that it did that. I do want to add some kind of wall to keep you from going too far to the left and too far to the right though. But I want it to be a natural barrier, not like an invisible wall. So let's see. I'm going to add something on either side to block it out. That way you don't have to worry about that at all. I could just have an invisible wall, and to be honest, a lot of fighting games have invisible walls. But I think it would be cool if I had like a prop or something that legitimately just blocked your path. But for now, it's just a quick fix. We'll do an invisible wall. And later on, we can add something a bit more legitimate to the scene. Okay, so we're gonna line this wall up here. Also, I apologize for all the dog barking. That's my upstairs neighbor's dog, which I used to like almost never hear. Recently, I've heard my neighbor's dog a lot more. Do 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 do. Okay, and then I'm gonna go in physical properties, we can set it to non-visible. Actually, I'll probably keep it visible for right now because I need to clone it. And then I'm going to turn off all its collision detection. That way, literally everything just phases through the wall. It's almost like the wall doesn't exist. Oh, wait a minute. I suddenly was like, why would I turn off all the collision detection? It does need to collide with the characters. Both characters are programmed as friend, well, labeled as friend. Wait. Don't label the wall as friend. Collide with friend. What did I do on this wall? Did I accidentally call it a friend? Okay, I made sure to say collides with friend. That's good. Now, I think if I select both of those walls and group them together, I should be able to go in, yeah, and make them invisible at the same time. So now, for a moment I thought he was caught on the wall. So he's not caught on the wall. So now neither of them can go too far to the left or right, which is good. And that means we no longer have to worry about the weird moon effect, where the moon moves super far away. I want more lighting, because when we rewind all the way back, rock is shrouded in darkness for the most part. So I want you to be able to see rock. Also, I think the jack-o'-lantern's cool, but I wonder if it's like distracting. Like, I wonder if it actually gets in the way of the scene or not. I could have some kind of overhead light. Like if the moon was above, it'd be cool, but then you no longer get the cool visual of the moon in the distance. So I don't know. I can experiment with it. Technically, well, then it would look weird. I was like, you could have two moons. You could have one moon that's above the camera, so you would like never see that moon, and that one could light the scene. And then you could have the other moon in the background. And that honestly is not bad. So you still get the distant moon. Yeah, I don't hate that. That's not the worst thing in the world. I want to add more to the scene though. I'm going to definitely have music. I'm thinking about... Let's see. So I want music. I was thinking about rain. Like if I could add rain to the scene. And there's a tutorial that teaches you how to make rain pretty easily with paint. But I'm curious to see if there's some good pre-made rain that I could just pop in. I don't know how big this rain is. Does it literally just fill the whole area with rain? Okay, let's look at it. There is rain. I feel like if I added lightning, it might make the rain pop off a bit more. Because there's so little light, it's harder to see the rain. But I do like how the rain flickers in front of the camera and stuff. I want to move the, I want to move shock a little bit closer. And I'll also move rock a little bit closer. I wonder if there's a good lightning effect that I could put in the background, maybe behind or around the moon. It's crazy to see the rain flicker every time you move around. The rain seems much more noticeable in the edit mode. So I want like lightning flashes and stuff that just happen in the sky. I don't know where the lightning is. I'm just going to stamp what looks like a massive black wall around the scene. And then just see in play mode if lightning now strikes on that wall. I don't see lightning striking, but I also don't know what to expect. And plus, because the camera angle is fixed, it's like, how would you ever see like lightning striking? Yeah. I'm going to unstamp whatever that lightning thing was, because I just couldn't tell if it was having an actual effect on anything. That has a lot of links. How about this one? That's made by the... Oh, this is made by a different guy. Well, this one is definitely lightning, but I kind of wanted an animating effect similar to the rain. Like something that like appears and disappears and flashes on occasion. That lightning bolt looks like it's made of paint. So that does animate, which is interesting. But it would like always be there. Which is not necessarily what I want. I'd want like intermittent flashes of lightning. So this is randomized thunder and lightning. Okay. I don't know how well that works. But let's try that out. Oh my goodness. The randomized thunder and lightning, when it goes off, there's a lot of like, yeah, interesting color correction effects. That looks kind of cool. Yo, Arbol, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? And do you have any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on the stream? There we go. I was like, I'm not hearing when like the thunder and lightning go off. So that's kind of dope. Let me add more to the atmosphere. Get it going. So we got randomized thunder and lightning. We have rain. I love that when like the thunder goes off, everything gets that like purple hue and the jack-o'-lantern really lights up. That just feels nice. Okay. Now, if we're going to have a fighting game, we're gonna need some badass music. That's like a requirement. But I don't know how I want to go with the feel. This is definitely almost like a haunted vibe, I guess. You know, dark, stormy night, graveyard fight. So that's an instrument. That's not like a full song. Let's look for tracks. So music, track, filter by most thumbs up. That's very classic.
now, as they say.
It's called Thirst. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about these. This one has the most likes for like a haunted thing, but I'm not sure how it goes with like a fighting game. Really anything can go with a fighting game. So originally I went with haunted. Let's try and go with like ghost. That sounds kind of interesting. Let's go with Neon Hallows. No, so many things do this. There's so many things, like, so in Dreams, there's a way for you to put in the timeline stuff that edits the skybox. And I'll, like, love a song, and then it'll be like, inside of the song, there's something that changes your whole skybox. And I don't know where to go inside the track to fix it. Well, here, I can just see the gradient effects. There's the sun and sky. Okay, so now I can just have the song that I wanted. I was about to say. Okay, so we're going to want the song to loop. And we're going to want to turn the volume up to 100. And let's preview the song. I kind of like the like creepy-esque start of the song. Let me just jump into play mode. I guess so far this is looking okay. I almost would want to change that moon to be like a blood moon or something. I think that could be interesting. I'd love to be able to show off like a lot of gameplay stuff, but because I'm just one person by myself, I can't really just control both characters. I mean, I can, but that's not like exciting. You know what I mean? So I got the electric blast, I have the stun floor, and then for the other character, we have stone spike, and we have rock pillar. So it's square for attack and triangle for defense, and that's the same for both characters. So this should be an easy to pick up and play fighting game on Dreams for like you and your friends to try out. I still need to put in like a win condition. So essentially when one player dies, it has some kind of player something wins, and then like into the game thing. And I still need to add, at the very least, that. I'm thinking about keeping this one simple, but then creating expanded versions of these characters that can do more things. I think that would be cool. Oh, and all the moves you can also do in the air. But anyways, let's jump back. So far, I like how everything's set up. I want to do something interesting for the victory setup. So right now I have, when player dies, they respawn, but I don't actually want that. So I need to find where the respawn thing is. Here we go. I snip that wire from both of these areas. And then when either one triggers is dead, it's going to trigger different endings. So let me see if I can take a text displayer, pop it up. So let's see. I'm gonna say shock wins. And then we're going to take that text, make it blue, make it more of a lighter electric blue, add some glow to it, get rid of the text box, get rid of the text border, and then it would be nice to increase the text size. I actually don't know how you increase the text size. Oh, wait a minute. I think I remember. I've run into this situation before. Oh, that text might be too high on the screen. Because we have to think about it from the perspective of the camera. Here we go. So here's how the camera sees things. So we might want it like around here, because I want it to show up like in front of the moon, more or less. So there's shock winds. And then I want to clone that text displayer and have one that says rock winds. And then for that one, drag it up into the white. And I guess if I open it back up, I can look through the camera lens again. Joe King said, yo, what's up, G? Yo, Joe King, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you. How's your day? Do you have any questions for your boy? And any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on the stream? Right now, I'm making a very simple fighting game. Here we go. So looking through the camera, or at least trying to. Yeah, we can set that up properly. So now that we have those text displayers working, we need to actually set up the logic behind each of those text displayers. We also need a timer that I guess can be set to like so many seconds. Joe King said, oh, did you finish the other level? So I stopped on the Henshin robot level 2 thing. So level 1 is out, but that one's been out since yesterday. I also made that level yesterday. So today I've been working on like the fighting game thing. Rather than sticking to just one game, a lot of times I'll make like a level to something, and then I'll go, I'm kind of bored, and then I'll just end up making like a level to another thing. The thing that I really like to do in Dreams, I haven't done it in a while, are challenges where Kaylee, Kratos, and I will go, okay, here are the rules. We have 30 minutes. We have to make a level that follows these rules in 30 minutes. Joe King said no blanket today. It's like on the floor. I just got out of the shower, so I'm warm. Excuse me. Let's see. So I'll have that timer, and then connected to the timer, I'll have the doorway. Oh, but how's your day today? Are you doing well? Opa. And once timer finishes, plugs into the doorway. And the timer and the doorway will always be connected to is dead of both fighters. So let's do that. Play. I mean, there's another way to do that. Like I could, and there's actually a better way to do that. I could have a variable that says like fight over, or like one died or the other died. For now, since this is like a simplified game, I guess it's fine. But for like a full-on fighting game, I feel like I wouldn't jury rig it like this. And for the most part, I haven't been jury rigging stuff like this. But this is something that wouldn't work if you had like more fighters, if you could like choose your characters and stuff like that. But this is cool for now. Joe King said, I finished my new dream earlier. And then Joe King said, remember, I said yesterday. I remember playing your Star Wars game yesterday. I remember that you said you were going to make assets that don't take up a lot of thermometer space. I was like, that's really cool. Let's see, Joe King said, you making a 2D? It is a 2D fighter. I need to connect is dead. Technically, I don't need to connect is dead. So this is dead for rock. So shock wins. And then this is dead for shock. So rock wins. I currently don't have any sound effects whenever anybody does attacks. So that'd be nice. Joe King said, nice man, like Mortal Kombat. The characters don't look like Mortal Kombat though. I'm still using the little like platforming puppets. This one's shock. And this one's rock. And I've stylized both of them to kind of look like their power set a little bit. So rock has like an earth spike move and an earth pillar move. And shock has an electric blast move and a stun floor move. But it is a 2D fighter. I'd say it's more cartoony than like Mortal Kombat. And the physics on the stone spike to me are very silly, the way that they work. But it can be used in interesting ways. Let's see. So I need emitters for shock to have just like a little like, not a static sound effect, but like a electricity sound effect. Joe King said, I want to make something with the platformer puppet. Oh, with the Henshin robot thing? Yeah, I think that'd be really cool. I make all my stuff public, so you could definitely do that if you wanted to. Let's see. So I wouldn't go into music. It would be more of a sound effect. And it would be an electricity sound effect. It'd be nice if I had two different electricity sound effects. Not like that. That one seems alright. Oops, I pulled the rain. Joe King said, I made a fully working Human Torch type puppet. Interesting. Are you gonna make like a Fantastic Four game? Okay, let me test this sound effect out. I don't hear it. Sound effect might be too quiet. When they run up on each other like that, it's harder to tell which one I'm looking at. That's rock. Here's shock. It's at 80%. Turn it up. Undo that. Is there not a preview sound? Also, it only play once. The electric arc thing. And I did plug it up, so it should play once. Maybe because it wasn't set to play once, it was using like a sustain thing. Joe King said you can toggle powers on and fly, etc. That makes sense. Joe King said you should take a look at my new dream later. Okay, no problem, Joe King. There we go. So now I hear the little electric shock thing. Yo, Ryan, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? And do you have any discussion topics that you talk about on the stream? So right now I'm working on making improvements to my fighting game thing. I just added a sound effect for whenever you shoot the electric blast. I haven't tested the you win animations, so I'll do that now. Rock came back, though Rock should have died. So I still won as I was supposed to, but something's wrong with the current death thing. The object the controller sensor is attached to is destroyed. It didn't seem like that's what happened. Is dead should also destroy the guy. So let me add a destroyer and see if that's what I want. Also, let me add it to... Really doesn't matter which one I add it to. So let me just put that on shock for now and see how that goes. But yo, Ryan, how's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? And any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on the stream? So I'm just gonna run through his health real quick. There we go. So that's more of what we want to happen. The Rock wins is in a weird place, actually. It should be more in front of the moon. Shock winds could also be more in front of the moon. There we go. Ryan said paper greater than rock. I originally weren't going to name the character Shock and Rock. I was trying to think of other names. But then I thought it would be funny to kind of name him with the two halves of like a Ben 10 alien that I really like. Shock Rock. Because they coincidentally are electricity and rock. Which are like two parts of what make up Shock Rock. Let's see. Plus the names rhyme. So we have this, we have all these things. Oh yes, the is dead destroyer thing we verified does work and is what we would want. I can't see. There we go. Adding rain to the scene is very interesting because the rain is everywhere and it's possible to accidentally stick stuff to the rain. Right now I'm holding a wire. I'm confused on why I'm holding a wire. I feel like I did not connect is dead to the destroyer like I wanted to, which actually makes me want to undo a step. I guess redo that step. Because I was like, I thought I connected something to something, but apparently I didn't. So now when they die, they disappear and we'll say who won. I added one sound effect to his attack, but he doesn't have he doesn't have a sound effect for his defense. That sound effect sounds long. I could always cut down a sound effect. But I almost feel like it would be the Sparks high voltage one for his defense. I accidentally selected the rain. I'm going to turn up its volume, and then I am going to... Oh wait, it's set to loop. Play once. Oh, is it shorter than I thought? Nah, I think it's only playing that much of it. Let's just listen to it and see like how long it is. Yeah, that's really long. Like the attack only takes like 0.7 seconds or something. We don't need that continual crackle sound. Here we go. They look like they're mini track. Ooh. Undo. I think I did the wrong thing. I tried to decrease its size by hitting down on the D-pad. Oh, that actually decreases its volume, not its size, if you hit down on the D-pad. How do you... Here we go. So you have to open the tweak menu for the sound effect. Also the rain. Keeps getting in the way. Also, I don't need the health display open anymore. But I should be able to trim the sound, is what I'd imagine. So I'm in the slice editor. And I'm moving the rain again. Still moving the rain. What happens if I hit down here? Is it another volume control thing? See, that's not what I'm trying to do. That's the rain. Beth said, I will be doing D&D Fridays at 8 p.m. from now on. We will still do 10 to 11 on Fridays. Well, on Fridays, I'm still going to be doing, like, Station Retro and stuff like that, Beth. So I'm still going to be, like, actively hanging out with people at Station Retro on Fridays. So it sounds like we'll be using that more as a Friends Day, which is totally fine in my opinion. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, so that's like a 2-minute thing. Beth said, I mean during quarantine. Oh, okay. Weren't we already doing 10 to 11 during quarantine? Beth said, so we can still do 10 to 11 Fridays during the quarantine? I believe that's what we were already doing. So it doesn't sound like you really introduced anything new other than saying that you're going to be doing D&D. But I already knew that from Bussy Bread Club. But yeah, that sounds totally fine with me. I hope that you have a fun time. So, how long is that? I feel like I used to hear the electricity arc sound on hit. But now I don't know. Well, it's not on hit, but just when you do it. But now I'm not sure if I'm hearing that sound effect anymore. I do hear the new one, though. Beth said the D&D day will likely change after the quarantine. Then Beth said, how long is D&D? She said, I think 8 p.m. Till whenever. Wait, what? I don't think I asked how long D&D. You confused me when you like asked a question in your statement and then answered the question. You're fine. You can do D&D for however long you want. And the time normally varies depending on whoever you're playing with, Beth. So it's like entirely up to your group. And I guess also up to you, because you can also in D&D whenever you want kind of just be like, I'm out. And the DM can normally come up with like a story reason for like what's going on. Or you could have a story reason for what's going on. But that's the kind of thing that you and your DM would decide. So this sound effect was fine. I don't need to look at this one anymore. It's this one where I was like, I'm not sure if I'm hearing this happen still. I don't hear anything for real. Sound. You can mess with the 3D panning. That's kind of cool. If I had headphones, that'd be interesting to play around with. There's a lot you can do in the sound editor. I'd have to open it up, similarly to what I did to the last one. Spiciness? What? Interesting. So this is 10 seconds? You don't really need it for that long, I'd say. That's probably good. Let's see, Ryan said spicy meat. That's a spicy meatball. Okay. So square. I think I heard it. Let me do it again. Yeah, and then... Okay, so I hear both of his attacks. I like that you can see his electric floor thing. You can always see the little box of sparks, even if you don't see the floor. You can see it when he jumps, for sure. And you'll see the explosion. Plus, the ground attack is just like a knockback thing. If you look at rock, it doesn't actually deal any damage. I'm curious if the song should start earlier or not. Because technically the song's going the whole time, but before it picks up, it's just kind of like mood. And I'm curious if I like it being just mood or not. I feel like having it be just mood is fine. So I need to add sound effects for when you get hit, because right now I don't have anything for when you get hit. I've never recorded my voice in dreams. I don't know how well that would work out, but we can try it. Sound. That's voice channel, but that's not recording your voice. Animate. Mic on versus mic off. Switch this on when using an action recorder to record sound to go with your actions. Your imp will wear a Weehuloscope to show that audio is being recorded. Recording pauses when you pause time and restarts when you start time, so you can take a break and sound will always line up with the action. See, I don't think that's necessarily what I'm trying to do. Because I only want my own sound. Like, would that pick up game sound? I probably don't need to try and do my own voice stuff right now. I'm not gonna use the oof. And I'm not gonna use Wario screaming. Let's see, Ryan said the sound will always line up with the actions of Jet's dick. I might use this grunt for when he's taking damage. So when losing health, he'll have this disgruntled grunt. Plays once. Yeah, there we go. And then for shock, I'd love it if I could get like something that's almost like robotic sounding for when he gets hurt. That is robotic sound. That's from Little Big Planet 2. Okay. Play once. There we go. I need sound for when he uses his stone techniques. Because right now there's no sound for those. So that would be over here for rock. And let's set up those sounds. I feel like if I type in rock, it'll be like rock music. Well, no, I'm in sound effects though. So that's literally called rock blast. That's good for like the pillar specifically. So triangle, massive rocks and dirt, set to 100%, plays once, and how long is it? It doesn't sound like it takes longer than the actual attack, which is good. Then I'll probably use Rock Blast for the Earth Spike. Okay, plays back once. That'll be activated whenever the player hits square. Cool. And then if I was to switch over to shock, alright. For a minute I thought he had gotten hurt by something, and I was like, what hurt him? But I must have just heard a different sound effect. I felt like I was hearing grunts when they weren't taking damage. But I think that was just my mind playing tricks on me. Could be wrong though. Does his grunt do multiple grunts? Also, that's peculiar. Oh! So Rock got shifted too far to the side. Nope, never mind. Maybe it was just a proximity thing. Because it looked for a minute like Rock was like immune to my attacks. All I had to do was move around him a little bit and it was fine. Rock was probably sideways a little bit. Like you can kind of turn your body, but you can't go like, it's not 2.5D. So he was like sidestepping it, which sounds interesting. But it seems like if I just reposition myself around someone who sidesteps, I can still hit them. But that's an interesting concept. I think it grunts more than once. Yeah, I think he has like a second grunt that he makes after the first grunt. So I would need to open it up. Yeah, it looks like he has multiple grunts. So all we have to do drag that over here. And now we only have to hear him grunt once. There we go. So about the beginning scene. I mean, you can see both fighters, but it does start a little dark. I think the overhead moon is good for lighting the scene. It's not too dark. I feel like the scene could have more going on. I do think a lot of what it has is good though, but you also don't want to have too much going on because you don't want it to be like too busy, I guess. So I could see maybe having more gravestones. I think more gravestones would be nice. Mr. Moneybags. My goodness. Let's see. So you got one over here, and then we'll add one on the right side. That's a big old cross. Probably not that. Shrink this one down a little bit. There we go. That one, for some reason, looks really, really, really lit. Like, compared to the others. Like, it looks naturally lit. And by naturally, I mean, like, it's lit by something else. It doesn't have any glow on it, apparently. It has zero glow. It's just bright as a bitch, I guess. It's next to the street lamp, but I wonder if it looks, like, unnaturally bright in the scene. Yeah, it's just white. Is it a white gravestone? All the other ones are just colored like gravestones. We can use the color picker. Yeah. Color that one more like the others. Okay. I feel like that helps make the scene look a little less empty, I suppose. A little bit more going on with it. I wouldn't mind have something at the start. I wouldn't mind having something at the start, my bad. That says, like, fight. And maybe something at the bottom that, like, tells you about controls. That also would be nice. The controls are simple, but if you don't ever have anything about the controls in the game, you probably won't know what to do. And the rain is really interesting to work with. Okay. So now I want to do some weird stuff. So I need to look through the camera. If I can get it to work. Oh my gosh. There's so much. Get it through the camera hole. Fuck it. I'll just place it somewhere and then correct it afterwards. We'll get this to work though. Square for attack. And then triangle to defend. That's all you really need to know. You can jump and move as well. I'm curious if that needs to be like spelled out or not. I feel like this alone feels like, ooh, undo that. I don't even know what it's trying to group. Okay, so no borders. Probably not red. More like a brighter white. Give it that glow up. Okay. And then I need that. Maybe down in like the corner or something. I want to keep it out of the way, but still where you'll be able to see it. And then I can make it say controls at the top. And then I might add, I'm thinking about having it say everything like move and jump and stuff like that. Not L1. Is it just called left stick? Ooh, is it just called L? It might just be called L. Yeah. Left to move. And then jump is X. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. And then let's see how that looks in game. Okay. And then you just always have like easy reference to what you can and can't do. I'm curious if I like it in the box like that, or if I preferred if it was like across the bottom or something. I'm not sure on that one. It doesn't feel too intrusive, I suppose, but I feel like it might look less intrusive across the bottom. Which would be a pretty simple fix. You grab that box and you drag it. That was gross. Ah. I'm gonna have to fight somebody. Let me drag that box. The rain everywhere is gonna give me like a heart attack. Here we go. And then I can add little bars between everything. Little Bars sounds like a rap name. Somebody should be named Lil Bars in the industry. Let's see. And now, yeah, I think that's far less intrusive. So you still always are aware of your controls and everything. But it doesn't fill up the side of the screen. Yo, Godzilla, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? And any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on the stream? Right now, I'm working on this fighting game where you either play as Shock or as Rock. It's meant for 2 people, but of course, social distancing. I don't have anybody else to play it with right now. So, I have it set to where you can freely switch between the 2 characters, but when I actually release the game, it'll automatically assign first player and second player based on your controllers, and you'll be able to just jump in and fight. The controls are as shown at the bottom of the screen, though each fighter has a unique attack and defense move. So for Shock, you have the Electric Blast, and then you have the Shock Floor. The Shock Floor isn't meant to be done when an opponent's like right in your face like this. You're supposed to time it to keep it where your opponent never gets that close in the first place. But it essentially creates that little electric pad on the ground that stuns opponents and knocks them back. So it doesn't actually deal any damage. It's just a get off me tool. This is your damage dealing move. And then for Rock, you have a Stone Spike attack that you actually do have to get up close and personal in order to use, because it's a straight up projectile. So you do have to go toward your opponent in order to do that. And then your defense move is a Stone Pillar. The Stone Pillar can block Shock's energy projectiles. And it also can block Shock. If you're really fast, you can jump on it or over it. But it only exists for like 0.7 seconds. But that allows for interesting maneuvering capabilities. Like you can jump over someone. Ooh, I wonder actually. Okay, because the stone thing doesn't come directly out of the ground, it just comes from beneath. If you're in the air, it just appears mid-air. Godzilla said, neat. You could jump over an opponent and put the block on top of them so that they can't jump. You like are kind of like locking them in the space. They could of course move back or use the shock pad as like a get off me tool. But there's a lot of cool stuff you can do. The shock pad has a similar thing where you can use it in the air and you can walk on it. And it doesn't deal damage, so it's not like you get hurt by walking on your own shock pad. But it allows you to move around throughout the stage a good bit. So they both have like multiple uses to their abilities, even though they both only have 2 abilities. But real quick, let's finish off your boy Rock here. Just 3 more hits and he is dead. And that's pretty much it so far. I don't have like anything too crazy going on in this particular level. The characters themselves are a lot. Like when you look up at all the stuff that they can do. But to be honest, they're not really all that crazy either. I could make them more complicated. Like I already know how I would make Shock like a full fighting game character. Like I know what all 6 of his moves would be if I was to give him like 6 attacks. But I'm fine with him just having 2. This is supposed to be like my first very simple fighting game in Dreams, so I'm not going to go too crazy. With Rock, I know what his second attack would be. I think I know what I could do with him, to be honest. I could do something kind of similar to what I did with Shock. I don't know. I like him being up close and personal, so his moveset is harder for me to come up with than Shock's. Because with range characters, you can always have like the short range, the medium range, and the far range versions of all the attacks and stuff like that. With someone who's meant to be up close and personal, he can have something that pulls enemies in. That way he can like bring them in for that ass beating. I mean, I definitely have ideas for how to make them full characters, but for now, I think this is adequate. I think my least favorite thing I've done is how I'm doing the death stuff, but I do kind of want to change that, and I can change that, so I might change that now. So I need two variables. Well, I don't, well, yeah, I do need two variables. I really need one variable per character. So this one is going to be called shock dead. And then I'm going to copy this variable and put it over here. And over here I'm going to call it rock dead. Okay, and then I'm going to need a variable modifier. Here we go. Doing stuff in between the raindrops can be a pain. Because sometimes when you're moving gadgets, it really wants you to attach the gadgets to the rain. And now I need two variable modifiers. So this one will change shock dead from 0 to 1. Well, actually, that was very dumb of me, doing add 1 instead of set 1. Set 1 is just better. Add 1 could lead to potential errors. So is dead right now has this crazy cord that leads all the way over there. Is dead instead should connect to this variable modifier. And then this crazy cord that links to all these other things could just be a microchip, and we don't have to have these crazy extensions everywhere. So let me copy this variable modifier. Let's try that again. See if I can get through the rain. There we go. And change it from shock dead to rock dead. I'll also set to 1. Get closer. So when the character is dead, I'll activate that variable modifier. Now, we can have a microchip and inside this microchip, we can put this timer in here. We can put this door in here. We can put both of the text displayers. My mind's like, do I want to move the text displayers? I'm also like, does moving the text displayers affect the position of the text? I wouldn't really want it to. I want to move the text displayers. Let's see what happens. It actually is would be difficult to tell if it moves the text due to the fact that everything's in that locked camera position. Oh, that timer's not on shit. There we go. And then let's set up these conditionals. So I need the calculator. I'll need 2 calculators. And I'll also need 2 variable modifiers. Let's make this a little bit bigger. I should have just made one of them an equals 1, and then just cloned that one. It's never too late. Okay, here we go. Grab shock is dead. And then from over here, we'll grab rock is dead. Okay. Also, for these equal ones, both of those will connect to the timer. And then the other stuff that connected to the timer, get that shit out of there. It's much better. Then we change these from setters to getters. We set them as the A values for both of those. Okay. And then if rock is dead, then shock wins. So put that one here, and also get rid of this chord, because that was also a gross chord. Gross chord. Here we go. And now it should work without having a bunch of chords connected from everywhere. Wait, now I'm a little confused. Jump back, jump back. Jump forward. Create it wired to what? I must have accidentally plugged 2 things into the same port. There we go. There we go. So now we don't have the characters directly connected to this logic, which is nice. I mean, we kind of do through the naming conventions of the variables and everything like that. Like, if we wanted to make it even better than what it currently is, you could have like player 1, player 2, and then it's not as specific. I think this is fine though, because there are a lot of weird details that you could put into it. Let me test what I have so far to just see if we got it working. So I'm just going to spam on rock. Kill his character off. It said shock wins, but it was really weird. For one, I feel like it said shock wins for very little time. 2, I do think it messed up the position of the text when I moved the text displayers. So I might need to position myself through this camera. I need to figure out why the shock wins thing was so brief. Okay. And now let's put rock winds there. So I need a better way of doing it. Give me the little help text. Let's see. Because it just seemed like it went away really fast. I don't know why it went away so fast. Let me look at it again. This time I'll use rock. And just spam. Yeah, so maybe I need to connect it to like a counter or something. I don't remember if counters would send like a continuous signal to the text display or not. I really just don't want the text to go away when it comes up, is the main thing. So let me test that with shock winds real quick. Okay. So I had a couple things. For one, I still didn't angle that correctly. The shock winds text. In front of the moon. That's all I ask. And then for this one, in front of the moon. Joe King said, add the Konami code. The Konami code? Right now, I only have like one button command, so I'm not gonna have like the Konami code. That does sound like an interesting Easter egg though. I know how I would have done multi-button commands if I wanted it to be a more complex fighting game. I would have used the dialogue text displayer, and it would have almost looked like an action RPG, the way that you strung combos together. Like it would bring up a menu whenever you hit a button, and it would show you all the other buttons you could have hit, like after that, to continue it. And if you hit one of those buttons, it like keeps the combo going or whatever. I think that would have been kind of cool. But I'm not doing that because I'm going for a very simple first fighting game. You don't even really get to pick your character unless you hand off the controller, I suppose. Joe King said you can do combos simply with a selector. Well, that's if I was going for the combo thing in general. Also, with the combo thing, I still would want to do the dialogue box thing. I think it's like different in a good way. Like I think new players would be able to easily tell, oh, so here are all my different options when I hit different buttons. And experienced players would be like, they would just hit the things in. They wouldn't even need to look at the menu, but the menu is helpful. It also kind of gives the opponent an idea of what routes their opponent can take. You can see into their strategy and try and figure out like what buttons they're hitting. Like I think there's a lot that goes into that that would make it interesting. So this one is connected to that. Oh, I remember what I was doing. You grab this cord, you plug it in there, you plug that there, and now Rockwind should work. Joe King said, have you added force multipliers as knockback? So I'm using, well, for one, yes. There are force multipliers. Well, force multipliers? I have force appliers. So as you can see, he gets knocked back by the attack. And he also gets knocked back by that one. Rock's attacks are interesting because it shoots straight up. It depends on how you get hit whether or not the thing actually knocks you into the air. Like if I do it like here, it won't hit. Here, because of the way you get hit, you can get hit and not get knocked back too much. Joe King said, or block. So there's a defend button. So instead of blocking in this game, each character has like a special move that allows them to defend themselves. Joe King said, hell yeah, that's dope. I'm glad you vibe. So Rock can bring up this pillar to defend himself. And then Shock has the stun move, where he electrifies the ground in front of him. And this doesn't deal any damage, it's just for knockback. It's like a get off me tool. But let's go back to Rock. Because I'm trying to test that his victory screen thing works. Which it looks like it does. It's a little bit above the moon, but I'll take it. That's not bad. Joe King said, are you going to add a fire element? I think this particular level or whatever, I'm probably just done with like this level. I could come back and try and make like a full game with this stuff. But right now, you don't even pick your character. Like I think the first thing I would add maybe is the ability for you to pick your character. That'd be different. Because that's just not an option at the moment. Joe King said, you are rocking the blanket now. Oh, that's true. I am indeed rocking the blanket now. It's just on my lap, though. I'm not, like, wearing it. Let's see. What do I want to do? I was going to set up forced possession. That was the next thing I was going to do. That actually is in controller logic. I don't know why I went away from controller sensor. Note to any creators, make rain like invisible or something, like while you work. I think that would make things hella easier. Instead of having to deal with raindrops everywhere. I've been aware that I could do that, but I've been just trying to work past it so I don't leave the rain out or something by accident. Forced possession. There we go. So now you got player 1 and player 2 from the start. Joe King said, what are the parameters that make the blanket come out? I guess if I want to feel more comfortable, normally, because I don't normally do it when I'm like, because I wouldn't say I'm super cold. Like I keep the house at room temperature, so I never have it too hot, I never have it too cold. But I guess if I'm not like warm, I probably won't have the blanket on. If I feel warm, then blanket's off. But if it's just room temperature, then I don't mind the blanket. You know, like it's not bad. So I guess that would be it. Joe King said, is it for warmth or aesthetic? It's not for aesthetic. Do people wear blankets for aesthetic? I don't think I've heard that before. Oh, that's the AI jumping toward me. I was like, why did he start so close? Joe King said, you always rockin' the Superman tee? So I wear Dragon Ball shirts and Superman shirts for the most part. I wore an X-Men shirt yesterday, I think. My dad got me that shirt. He has a matching shirt. I'm excited to see what people do with this game. I want to see two people actually play it, since it's a two-player game. Okay. Joe King said, you're not a weeb, are you? Depends on how you want to define weeb. I'm definitely into anime. I play like trading card games and stuff. I read comic books. I read manga. Let's see. So how do you define weeb? So I'm going to just call this Simple Fighter. Then Joe King said, oh no. He said, please. Simple Fighter. And then I'll call it Shock versus Rock. I didn't introduce a thing at the beginning that says like fight. That was something I thought about doing and I just didn't do. I still could do that. I'm trying to figure out if I want to. It would say fight for like a moment and then it would jump in. Would I need to put the text up on the screen? I feel like that's customary. Joe King said, I thought we was vibing. And then Joe King said, simp simulator. He said, make a simp simulator. Nah, you should ask Kratos to make a simp simulator. Let's see. Nigga, did I say shock versus fight instead of shock versus rock? Shock versus fight. It's because I was thinking about adding fight text to something. There we go. Save that. Release online. Want. Okay. Joe King said, hey, that's pretty good. I'm glad that you vibed with it. Let's see, we're gonna set that up. Save. Once it's public forever. Yeah, list them. List them all. Yes. Let's see. List them. Duh, that one would be listed. I don't know why that one even would be marked as unlisted. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Go. And I can add the fight thing afterwards, I guess, where it says fight at the beginning. It doesn't matter. One thing that I just thought about, I should have said like 2-player fighting game or whatever in the title. I made a 2-player soccer game and I named it 2-player soccer game. From the jump, I was like, that's what it is. So it's weird I didn't do that here. Joe King said, you should check My Dream now that you're done. Well, I want to add the fight thing to it. Vanessa Brooks said, hi. Yo, Vanessa Brooks, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? And do you have any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on the stream? Right now, I am putting some finishing touches on a fighting game that I made. So, Simple Fighter 2-player fighting game. Doom, 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 doom. Vanessa Brooks said, I'm doing good and cool. Oh, ballin'. That's great to hear. And save that as public. Let's see. So Joe King said, do a timer on possession to a text box. So is that to make it where you can't possess the puppets until after the fight text is off the screen? I'm fine with people fighting from the jump, to be honest. Like, it's not like a count-in. It would be more for aesthetic purposes than anything else. Let's see. Then Joe King said, for the fight. So we got a fighting game. I don't know if I would say it's like a fantasy thing. There are like elemental characters. You could say it was like a fantasy thing. I guess you don't need to say action if it's fighting is in the title, right? Like if it's like a fighting game, I don't think you have to go the extra mile and be like, it's action. There's action in this fighting game. I mean, I can. It's not a brawler. That's actually just a different genre. Joe King said, they will be able to fight straight away. Yeah. I think I'm fine with that. Let's see. It's only one round, the fight thing, as well. So we got supernatural. That sounds right to me. Multiplayer. We're gonna add tags. So let me create a tag. Oh, wait a minute. I wanted those tags. 2-player. And then I guess I wouldn't mind creating a tag that's like elemental. And then a tag that was like easy controls or simple controls. Alright. Cool. Do. So now I want to add the fight text. So that when it starts up, it'll say fight. Positioning the text will likely be annoying. I'm not sure if fight needs to be like in all caps or not. I think that adds to the hype, I guess. An exclamation point after it. Okay. Huh. %, glow. And then get rid of the border and get rid of the box. the style of the font is really weird. Joe King said, "How old are you, bro?" So I'm 22 going on 23 right now. Let's see. The font choice I think is interesting. That one looks more traditional, I would say. Joe King said, "Well, you wouldn't be 22 going on 21, lol." Understandable. I see where you're coming from. It is unnecessary for me to say going on any number but the number afterwards. It's more to specify the idea that very soon I will no longer be 22. Let me set up a timer finish thing. So let's see, that's like a 1 second thing, like a very quick setup. And timer finishes. I want it to stop displaying fight after a certain period of time, not to start displaying fight. Yeah. I don't know how the fuck you do that, actually. So, I want at the start of the game for it to say fight, like in the middle of the screen, and then I want it to no longer say fight. So Joe King said make a microchip. Okay, I think I understand where you're coming from. So the idea would be the microchip, when it's no longer powered, would stop displaying the text. So you could have the microchip start powered and then lose its power source or some shit? Is that where you're coming from? Or is it just to organize it? Joe King said put a text box in it and then add a keyframe. Add a keyframe and then turn off the text in the keyframe. When you say turn off the text, would it just be going in and just being like, the text is now no longer visible? That's a way to do it, I suppose. I'd still need the timer. So the timer set to 1 second. And I do like using the keyframe stuff to animate actions. Let's see. Understandable with the telling the keyframe to keep changes. That's how you get a lot of stuff to work. Do, 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 do. My mind was like, bet. So how do you make text not visible? Would I have to go into the... Can you edit text in an animation? Is that even like a real thing? And then he's like the power button. So he's like, just cut the power off. I see. That's not a bad strat. Let's see. On signal finish. Activate that keyframe. Let me look at this real quick. Rewind. I think the word fight could be angled slightly to the right. I want it to be essentially the center of the screen. Reverse. See, that doesn't look centered to me. It looks almost centered is the thing that gets me. Let's go back into edit mode. He said, that should work. And then he said, at the bottom. And then he said, tutorials with Yuka. Let's see. So the fight thing... I think will look good. It could probably last maybe like a half second longer. And if someone said fight, it would also look cool. Let's see, Joe King said go to text box alignment, third from the last tab. Does text box alignment actually center it in the screen though? I feel like that's more for just aligning the text itself. Maybe I'm wrong. I do think I am wrong. I think you're right on that. Joe King said yes. Okay. Ballin'. I appreciate that. I could also probably set it then to horizontal middle as well. Because I imagine you can check multiple alignment boxes. Custom versus center. So now it's just the true center of the screen. Joe King said it says screen, lol. You're right. Let's see. So we have that set up. I haven't been naming all of these microchips. So this is just the fight text. Well, fight start animation, I guess, would be a more proper name for it. Let's see. And then I also want to add... yeah, a fight sound effect. Joe King said L3 is the hotkey for rewind, by the way. I'm aware. A lot of times I just don't do that. Like sometimes I'll go back and forth between hitting these for that. A lot of times I just use the top bar for stuff. Let's see. So I wanted to get someone saying fight as a sound effect.
Round 2, fight.
So that's just the Mortal Kombat one straight up. Nope. So let me see. Tags, sound effect.
Round 1, fight. Round 1.
Okay. Someone added so many Super Smash Brothers things.
Round 3, fight.
Has anyone just recorded themselves saying stuff? I don't necessarily want to use the sound clips from those other games.
Finish him.
I might have to use the Mortal Kombat one.
Round 2, fight. Round 1, fight.
Why is it that they use the round things in there anyways? You could just grab the guy saying fight. I could even cut it to just say fight. Joe King said, take it and just cut the part you don't want. Well, it's more that I don't like the fact that it is the Mortal Kombat one specifically. You know what I mean? Like, I would just prefer if someone made their own original. It's very quiet. I feel like a lot of the sound effects seem very quiet. But that's because I turn my TV down when I stream. Also, I figured out why sometimes the attack misses. It's because the hazard cube, if you look at it, it doesn't emit straight from the body. It emits a little bit further forward. But yeah, I think this is pretty good as is. Just as like a very simple fighter. Release as public. And then I want to update the dream that I put it in. And set that up. So that it has what it needs to have. So if I edit it, it'll say there's an update available. Update now. Exit update mode. Save. There we go. Joe King said, zoom in on your beard. I don't think I can do stuff like just zoom in on the thing. Joe King said, let me see the swag real quick. You already can see the swag, my guy. Ba-ba. Beard's full. Like he just finished eating an 88 buffet. Let's see. Man, Funky Bones 4 has 6,000 likes. I saw Project Genesis play this. Pretty good. Pretty good game. Joking said, move closer right quick. Nah, joking. I'm about to check out these notifications. Oh, but first, we're getting that level up. Getting the level up. Let's see. 47. So we're almost level 50. Oh, so someone liked the tutorial boombox. That's cool. Direct Chaos liked a couple of my things. I'm glad that they liked the 2-player soccer game thing that I made. Let's see. Community Dream Walk. What is that? Joe King said, if you want me to walk up closer and show my beard, you can always donate to the super chat, my guy. Let's see. So what's the Community Dream Walk? So you can add your own walk to the journey? What is it? Joe King said LMAO. So what is this? So you're not meant to control it. It's like a animation thing that you watch. Joe King said, donate for stream interaction. That's what it's like, though, a lot of times. Let's go on a hashtag Maiden Dreams walk. So, how do you participate? Do you tag your thing hashtag Maiden Dreams walk? Well, they said remix hours and we'll string them together. Oh, this is old. So people have already been messing with this. Can I see remixes of it? Been remixed 41 times. Would it be in genealogy? Let's see. Joe King said, you ain't trying to view my dream, or do I need to donate? Donating will help me see it faster, but I feel like I'll check out your dream regardless of if you donate. So you don't have to, but if you want me to do it like right now, you could. Izanagi said, although this is not a game, it is more polished than anything Jet has pushed out. Izanagi said, also, it's selling out. Joe King said, Izanagi, you are a burden. I don't think I've ever heard someone call another person a burden. I think I might have heard someone call someone else a burden, but I can't even remember the circumstances of it happening. Oh, but yo, Izanagi, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? And do you have any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on this stream? Izanagi said, okay. Let's see. Joe King said, I asked you to view it an hour ago. In dreams, I find myself getting, like, invested in whatever I'm currently doing. So it always takes a little bit before I hit it up. Let's see. Izanagi said, and what of it? Real quick, before we check out your game. Like I said, regardless, I'm going to check out your game. I want to show you, I want to show you guys the two-player games that I've made. I've been showing off the fighting game one the whole time. Let me show the two-player soccer game thing I made. Joe King said, Izanagi's burden is a gun in D2. What is D2? Also, here is two-player soccer game. It's just a really basic soccer game. Joe King said, I thought it was a reference. Oh, like a reference to a thing in a game? Izanagi said, two-player games sound gross since you can't even effectively test it. And then Joe King said, Destiny 2. Then Izanagi said, no. He's like, it is not a reference to that. Izanagi is like a reference to something in Japanese mythology, if I'm correct, as well as a character in Persona. Izanagi said Izanagi is a Japanese god. Yeah. Fuck. There we go. But yeah, this is just a really basic soccer game meant to be played with two people. This was my first attempt at making a two-player game, and it also was my first game with a fixed camera. I later do the fixed camera thing again for the fighting game, which I'll show you momentarily. But I feel like this soccer game, satisfactory, like it works the way that it should. Like it's just soccer. Izanagi said, this is gross. Joe King said, LMAO, Izanagi's burden is where I know the name ain't. Oh, and then he said, I ain't a weeb. It took me a minute to figure out what you were saying, because you didn't string it with, like, punctuation. Okay. And now, here is the fighting game. Okay. So, again, normally it would be played with two people. I can't show off Rock's moves, because now that this is, like, a full game, you can't just switch back and forth between the characters like I was able to do during testing. So I'll just show off what Shocked can do. Izanagi said, I like mythology. I wouldn't really say I'm a weeb. Gods are just interesting. Is Japanese mythology your favorite? Kratos is really big into mythology, but he seems to be more into like Greek and Roman gods. Joe King said, can't use punctuation with 60 characters. You have like 200 something characters in the live chat. This isn't a tweet, my guy. You have more space than that. So each character has an attack move, a defend move. You move with the left stick and you can jump. So for defense, Shock has this little electrifying the floor attack. I call it the shock pad. But as you can see, there are little crackles on the ground. This doesn't deal any damage. It's solely for knockback. It's to like get your opponents off of you. Shock is the zoner of the two. So he also is able to shoot Electric Blast. And that's his main offensive move. You can use both attacks in the air. The shock pad in the air actually gives you a little platform that you can run on, which is nice. And if I could show off Rock, which I guess I could show off Rock if I just connected another controller. So I'll show off Rock real quick. Izanagi said this is somehow even worse. Tell me more, Izanagi. Oh snap. Real quick. Because you have to log in the thing. Okay, here we go. Click continue. Hey, now we got it going. So here we go. We're back. Izanagi said also Japanese and Greek are about equivalent with Egyptian and Norse close behind. I know more about, well, it's weird to say I know more about Norse. I've had more exposure to Norse mythology than I have had to anything, like to any other form of mythology. This guy wrote a comic where he took all the Norse myths and made them into a graphic novel. And the whole point of it was to try and make like the most authentic graphic novel to Norse mythology. So it's more or less supposed to be like a direct adaptation. Let's see. And I read that when I was younger. I don't remember too much from it, but that's like the most I've gotten into mythology like that. So where are we at? Joe King, I already read that one. Joe King said, Izanagi, why you trolling guys' work? Izanagi said, because it's bad. Joe King said, what have you made? Izanagi said, quality is subjective, but general principles are not. Joe King said, talk smack when you make something. Then Izanagi said, also no dreams, but I have studied game design. So what are your complaints with this particular one, with the fighting game one? Also, Rock has this spike move. So it's a projectile that comes up, and I wouldn't necessarily say out of the ground, because if you jump, it also just arrives. You could try and say it was coming out of the ground, but it's really not. Because if you're right above the opponent, it just goes like over their head. But he's meant to be an up-close fighter, which is why he has to do it within range. Let's see, Joe King said, you don't even own the game. And then he said, shut the fuck up then. To which then Izanagi said, the lightning going in and out is distracting. Oh, you're talking about like the lightning and thunder? That's more for atmosphere. To like give the game like more flavor. Let's see, Izanagi said, the angle of the fixed camera makes it hard to gauge depth. Well, this is actually 2D locked. It's not like a 3D fighter. Also, I'm surprised you're like, it's hard to gauge depth. So you have the jack-o'-lantern and the candle in the foreground. You have the fighters in the middle. Then you have the gravestones and the lampposts. And then in the far back, you have the moon. And it seems like you'd be able to get depth from how everything's laid out, right? Let's see. Joe King said, study and demonstration are very different. Joe King said, it's a 2D fighter. And then he said, who the fuck needs depth? I think I understand the idea of, like... Because depth... I understand where he's coming from, I guess, but I feel like depth is displayed by the foreground, the characters, and then the elements in the background. Like, you can tell that everything's at different tiers. You know what I mean? Izanagi said if it's 2D, then the camera should be closer. Then Joe King said, this Izanagi guy is clowning. So, I could see the camera being closer. This gives our fighters, like, room to kind of move around. And also allows you to have, like, the UI and everything the way that it is. If it was closer, things would have to be a little bit different. Plus, I feel like the foreground elements kind of add to the personality. Joe King said, it's X and Y. There's no need to know Z. Oh, also, Rock has a stone pillar move that he uses for defense, which he can use to block Shock's projectiles. Like I mentioned before, he's more of the up-close fighter, where Shock is more of the range fighter. And actually, since I have both controllers out, I can demonstrate Shock blocking like an electric attack. And then I can have Rock try and get closer to Shock, if I remember who's who. And then have Shock use his get off me tool. Let's see, Izanagi said, let's put it this way. The camera in its current position makes it seem like the characters have more movement options than just 2D. Well, as soon as you flick the stick, you'll know that that's not the case. Because you can't move more than two-dimensionally. It's like locked. Joe King said, you definitely do not know game design. I mean, I don't think Izanagi's necessarily wrong about the idea that a player might think they can do more than 2D movement, but you can't. You know, like, as soon as you would try to do that, you wouldn't be able to do that. Like, I think you'd realize pretty quickly that you couldn't move in 3 dimensions. Izanagi said, but it's jarring. I think, excuse me, my apologies for the burp. I think the way that it's designed gives the environment, like, kind of more life to it. You know what I mean? Rather than them just fighting on, like, a blank arena, I think it kind of gives it, like, a spooky feel. Izanagi said, regardless to the fact that you're locked to 2D. Joe King said, watch a few YouTube vids, then you're a game designer. Izanagi said, especially since the characters can face towards and away from the camera. Now, that has a lot more to do with how Dreams does 2D games than anything else. The reason why characters can face towards the camera is because when you turn around, you're still turning around in 3 dimensions, if that makes sense. Like, you can only move left and right, but the way to make that work is you still have to physically rotate your body to go the other way. So that's how you can end up in situations where you still face the camera, is because you have to, like, rotate. Izanagi said, went to college and I'm a game designer. So I will say, Izanagi, since you're like, you are a game designer, I'm surprised you don't just say, like, what kind of stuff you've worked on. Because you could always just say, like, I'm a game designer and I've made, like, X or Y game. And even if we haven't heard about it before, we could check it out. Not to say that we would check it out to critique, but more to just because I honestly would be interested in just seeing what kind of games you made, just in general. Joe King said, unless you can show your own proof of concept, he said, quiet down. I think it's fine for him to share his opinion. There's nothing wrong with Izanagi sharing how he feels on the game. Let's see. Joe King said, so you game design, but choose to beat down someone else's project. Again, I just think he's sharing his opinion. While I do think his opinion's more times negative than not, like about like what we're doing, I still think it's valuable, you know what I mean? I would like to be able to play this with someone at some point. Once Dreams adds online multiplayer, I would love to try and like make and play games like this with Kratos. As a matter of fact, Kratos really likes collabing on stuff. It'd be interesting to collab with Kratos on like a fighting game thing like this, because I wouldn't mind making more games like this. Izanagi said, when you compare this to other things in Dreams, there's a disparity. Well, so this is like the weirdest thing when it comes to talking about things made in Dreams. Things in Dreams will vary depending on like how much of it did you make yourself, how much of it is like pre-made assets, how much experience do you have with the tools and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So I noticed that Izanagi the other day was like, Kaylee's stuff is like way more on point than like you and Kratos' stuff. And I think Kaylee has a very good grasp of like visuals and making things look consistent and like film, but she also went to school for like editing and stuff, you know what I mean? Like she has a lot more experience in that realm, and I really appreciate her work, and I love that you love her work, but I feel like when you compare us to her stuff, it's just a whole different like world when it comes to that level of experience and understanding. Let's see, Joe King said the way he worded his opinion was whack. He said, you don't have to call it gross. Then Kaylee said, hey yo Kaylee, welcome to the stream, it's good to have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? And do you have any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on the stream? Joe King said, you don't even know dude's experience level. And then Joe King said, inspire, don't demotivate. Kaylee said, I feel like I am more into visuals and y'all are more into gameplay stuff. I feel like you still have cool gameplay stuff. Oh, your imp pops out of you when you die. That's kind of cool, actually. I like that visually. I didn't know that was something that happened. That was kind of fresh. Real quick, let me cut off this controller before I run down its battery. Boom, 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 bah. Let's see. Joe King said, still hasn't linked your projects, Izanagi. Izanagi said, Kaylee still had interesting stuff with relation to her gameplay. Oh, speaking of Kaylee and gameplay, Kaylee said, also show me your fighting game. Okay, let me show you the fighting game. Okay. So I no longer have both controllers hooked up. I literally just disconnected the other controller. But your controls are move, jump, attack, and defend. All the controls are displayed at the bottom. Each character has a different attack move and a different defense move. Player 1 is Shock. Shock is more of a zoner, so he's going to be trying to get the opponent away from him as he shoots projectiles. While Rock is more of an up-close and personal fighter. He has to get closer to you in order to fight. So Shock, he has this as his defense move. It's a little shock pad that stuns the opponent and knocks them back. So it's to keep Rock away from him so that Rock can't hit him. And then he has a projectile blast, this electric blast. This is what actually deals damage for him. And the projectile has interesting properties. Depending on how far away your opponent is, it doesn't just ride through the air, it actually hits the ground and slides across the ground. And I guess I can hook the controller back up to show you what Rock can do. So let me get Rock going again. Give me one moment. Okay, so here's what Rock can do. So Rock summons a stone spike from underneath the ground. And he also summons a stone wall to defend himself from attacks. So if Shock shoots his projectile, Rock can block it with a stone wall. Like that. But if Rock tries to get in close to use his attack, Shock can use his shock pad to knock Rock backwards. Okay. So, as you can see, his projectile is really unique because it shoots straight up. So because his projectile shoots straight up, he has to get in closer in order to deal damage. And his attacks can launch, depending on how you hit the opponent. You kind of have to get a sweet spot to get it to actually knock the opponent into the air. I'm not sure if you can hit him into the air and then hit him again with another spike. I've never tried to chain it, but I think that'd be interesting. So where are we at, though? Izanagi said, also, why do you start next to each other? You don't start next to each other. So check this out. Reset progress. Play. You start across from each other. The reason why they were so close to each other before is because when you don't have two controllers hooked up, the default AI that's built into the puppets is set to just follow the player, because it's not meant for you to fight the AI, it's meant for you to fight with another player. So whenever you don't have two controllers set up, Rock just runs up to Shock immediately. But when you don't do that, they each start on their own side. Let's see. Joe King said, credit me for the fight text, lol. Joe King said, waiting on your project links, Izanagi. Izanagi said, Shock also just seems objectively better. I mean, anything Shock can do, Rock has a counter for. Because Rock can just defend himself. Yeah. So you just raise your wall up and you're fine. Also, is Shock's attack even full screen? It is full screen. Also, Shock's attack is jumpable. Like, you don't need to use the pillar, but the pillar also can be used as a platform. So not only can you use it to block an attack, but you can also use it to get in. So while your opponent's shooting at you, you can be like, bitch, like, not only am I safe, but I'm closer. And you can use that platform for a moment to gauge whether or not you want to progress forward or not. Let's see. Izanagi said Rock has to be close enough, and Rock can't win without getting close enough. Also, Shock's moves are side-specific. I mean, everybody's moves are side-specific, but what I mean by that is that while Shock has this Get Off Me tool that can push you back, notice that the pad is specifically in front of him. If Rock gets behind Shock, he can then start attacking Shock. It's harder to demonstrate when it's just one guy playing, but you see what I mean. Let's see. Joe King said, bet you are Jade main on MK Izanagi. Izanagi said, there's no time for the game, so this can go indefinitely. It can go until you, like, kill your opponent. That's when it ends. And a lot of times in fighting games, I don't really think about the timer that much. Unless I'm playing, like, a character who I like to stall with. I think Garrus in Mortal Kombat's interesting. Excuse me. Because he has moves that can affect the timer directly. I think that's a cool gimmick. I think it would be interesting to create a character in this game who, instead of having an attack and a defense thing, just had 2 defense moves, and you tried to stall. Like, their whole thing is that they're a stall character. Let's see, Izanagi said, but Rock can't attack in the air. If he's behind, then Shock faces him and does defense. Izanagi said, time is still important. Joe King said, still no project links, Izanagi. Kaylee said, I'd like to try this with my dad or brother. Ooh, ballin'. I would love to see, like, you and your brother play the game. Like, if you streamed it, Kaylee, I think that'd be cool. Opa. Or you and your dad playing the game. Really, I'd like to see anybody play the game, to be honest. Also, I like how the characters turned out. So I styled both of these characters. I think Shock looks like he's made of, like, flowing electricity. And I do think Rock looks like he's made of, like, tattered and cut rocks. It's weird to say tattered rocks, but, like, battered and cut rocks. Kaylee said, I'll try to get them to join too. Okay, ballin'. Let's see. Izanagi said, recent graduate. Izanagi said, also, making a character that has to time out isn't fun. I mean, it depends on, like, the kind of person who would want to play that character, you know what I mean? Like, I like stall decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, different strategies are more appealing to different players. For example, I really like zoners in fighting games, so I feel like I would like Shock. But my girlfriend Beth is all about characters who have to get in close to fight. She really likes the idea of running up and then, like, hitting the opponent. So I think my girlfriend would probably like Rock. Which is why I made Shock and Rock the way that they are. Let's see. Kaylee said, been shooting with my dad recently. Are you shooting like a pistol? Are you shooting like a rifle? A shotgun? Is it like target shooting? Is it like hunting? Is it like bow and arrows? I didn't even ask if it was bow and arrows. That'd actually also be really cool. Let's see. Izanagi said, or playing that character. Kaylee said, just pellet guns though. Ranges are closed. Oh, okay. Let's see. Joe King said, how much do I need to donate for you to play my dream? And then he said, recent graduate, not expert. So, I can play your dream, like, soon. If you want to donate to motivate me to play your game, it doesn't have to be, like, a crazy amount of money. Like I said, I already was going to play your game anyways. So I'm not sweating it. Let's see. So where are we at? Kaylee said, are we shooting paint? and it was making blobs, and it reminded me of fighting slimes. Interesting. You know, I understand that. Izanagi said, Jet, timing out isn't a win con that should be the only win con. I feel like if you made a character around timing people out in a game, that'd be a cool win con. And the idea of having a character where timing out is the only win con, it just makes that character, I think, fairly interesting to play. Like, I think that'd be cool. Let's see, Izanagi said, I also never claimed expert, but then I studied and have a decent amount of knowledge. Oh, Kaylee, did you see the 2-player soccer game thing that I made? Real quick, I'm going to back out. Not that far out. Huh. I can't see notifications. I was going to click on notifications. Excuse me. Let me share this game real quick. This feature isn't available in a restricted dreams experience. Whose account am I right now? Am I me? I'm pretty sure I'm me. I thought I cut off Kaylee's game, like Kaylee's controller. I think I might have shut off Kaylee's controller the wrong way. And now I'm in restricted mode, and I don't know how to get out of restricted mode. No. Okay, Joe King said, I'm gonna head out. Oh, do you not have time to stay tuned? Well, I'd like to thank you for joining us, Joe King. If you like the stream, make sure to smash that like button, and I hope that you have a wonderful night tonight. It's always good to have you on air. Chicken again. Kaylee said, I watched you make part of it. Don't know if I saw the final result, though. I can show you. Izanagi said, let me put it this way. What fighting game has it where timing out is the only win con for a character? And then Izanagi said, player 2 is the account. That doesn't seem right. Give me one moment. I'm going to try cutting off my own controller. Okay. Now that my controller's off, and the other controller is off, I'm going to try to jump in. I think Izanagi's right. I think the other character, Kaylee's account, is now the logged in account somehow, while still being my account stuff, which is really weird. So I need to change some stuff. Ryan said, hello. Kaylee said, Ryan. Izanagi said, if the answer is no game, then why might that be? Well, sometimes things just haven't been done before. That doesn't make said things bad, though. I need to, like, log her out. Like, it's acting like... Log out. Okay. I think we're good. I think we got it. Now we're no longer in restricted mode. Ryan said, who is the sexiest one in this chat? Ooh. Joe King said, I won't be coming back after asking for don't know. And I unfollowed. Well, Joe King, if you're upset that I haven't played your game yet, sure. You know, if that's what you want to do, that's totally fine. That more or less just tells me that you are more hyped for me playing your game than the actual stream. And that's also totally fine. Feel free to do what you want to do. Izanagi said, what if some things have been considered but have been decided bad? Like, say we have a 99 timer, which I imagine he means, like, is a 99-second timer. Let's see. Let me delete all the... Oh wait, that's fine. And that. Yes. So that deletes all the local saves of those. Yo, K-Leg, are you still here? I want to show you the 2-player soccer game. Izanagi said you have to time out for 40 seconds against a foe actively trying to kill you. Kaylee said, why you show me? Oh wait, I think that's supposed to be, yeah, show me. Izanagi said, all within a system that doesn't even have interesting moves. So my goal for Simple Fighter Izanagi was to make like a really simple, easy to play fighting game. But yeah, for the soccer game, my goal was to make a really simple and easy to play soccer game. That sound effect sounded so weird. Let's see, Izanagi said, but simple and easy to play doesn't equal good. Well, then Kaylee said, nice. I'm glad that you vibed, Kaylee. Let's see. I do hope that people end up enjoying Simple Fighter and that people end up enjoying the 2-player soccer game. I don't think they're like hits or anything, but I do think people will probably be interested in them. Let's see. Izanagi said the soccer game is mere novelty. Meanwhile, the fighter is actively not even worth investment. Let's see. Speaking of the fighter, I want to save some of these environments. I guess saving the text displayer would be fine as well. Get that. Do I already have that? Yeah, I already have the lamppost. I already have the gravestone. And I need to also get the moon. And have I selected the rain yet? Yeah, I did already select the rain. And then I don't think the music is necessarily direct. Well, nah, I would include the music. I'd say the music is a part of it, as well as the lightning effect. There we go. Oh, I almost forgot. 2 moons. Okay, so I already had that moon selected, but did I have this moon selected? I did not. There we go. I think I got everything. What did I grab onto? Hold on. Undo that last movement. Group. Now try to move everything. So I left out the jack-o'-lantern. I thought I grabbed this, but I guess I didn't. I left out that gravestone. Jump back. Select the pumpkin. And select that gravestone. And select the sun and sky. Okay. Select. How the fuck am I leaving out the gravestone? I don't know how I keep missing that one. I could have sworn I just selected that one. Wait, undo? What? Yeah. So I still don't have the gravestone with everything else. There we go. Group. We got him. Hey. So where are we at? Izanagi said, like a simple fighting game would be something like Dive Kick. Something that is well polished, having depth, and how its very few mechanics work. Now, I would say, as someone who has played Dive Kick, the Dive Kick is not as good as I thought it would be. I was actually kind of hyped for Dive Kick, and it's not really that good. It's not really that good. I was expecting a lot more. I like that Nidhogg characters are in it. I think that was a really good idea for Dive Kick. Let's see. So I want to save all of this as Graveyard Fighting Game Arena. I guess this would technically be a scene. It's weird. Its architecture, I guess, kind of works. Graveyard Fighting Arena. Let's see. Izanagi said, I would say it's better than what you have. Kaylee said, you can't say that word. Izanagi said, it's obviously not going to be the best fighting game ever. Well, I'm not really going for the best fighting game ever. I'm going for a simple fighter, which is in the name. Izanagi said, but Dive Kick does show off what a very simple fighting game is. Let's see. So Dive Kick had 4 things that you could do, and then 2 stat-based things that Aiden, Anthony, and I couldn't figure out. I don't think it was 2 stat-based things. It had 1 stat-based thing. So it had a stat that you could choose to be increased. You have a jump, and you have a dive kick. And then everyone has a jump back move. The jump back move I don't think is necessarily unique. But essentially, people had different jumps and different dive kicks. And you had a super. You had a super move. So all in all, they had 4 moves, you could say. You have your super, your kick, your jump, and the jump back. So in my game, you can jump. It's weird if you count jumping back as a move, because everybody can. You can jump back in my game. I don't know. You have an attack move, and you have a defense move. If we're counting jumps as moves now, as like things the player can do, and jumping back is moves. We just don't have like a super, but you can attack and defend. Because there's no block in dive kick. You don't block anything. So it's a similar setup where you have 4 things. Let's see. So where are we at? Izanagi said, Jet, striving for excellence is how we improve and become better. Actively aiming for a lack of lusterness is not good. He said, you can't move normally in dive kick. That's true. You can't move normally in dive kick. You can move normally in this game, though. Let's see. Simple fight. Graveyard Arena. Izanagi said, so moving is a move. I'm aware. Well, I mean, it's weird to say moving is a move. It's more like moving is just done differently in dive kick. You know what I mean? Like, they just do it in a more unconventional way. So let's see. I should save these individual characters, because I saved almost everything else. the rain. Ryan said moving is a change in position. That is true. Let's see. Oh, K-Leg. Have you done any cool stuff in dreams? Do. I know Joe King wanted me to check out his new level, but he dipped earlier. So I was wondering if you had anything new in dreams that you wanted me to check out. Let's see. End of fight logic. Kaylee said the last thing I did in dreams was the short film. Haven't done anything else yet. I still need to check out your short film. I am still behind on that. Also, where did the camera go? I feel like I might have accidentally deleted the camera, which isn't really an issue because I can just save the stuff from here, which is what I was going to do anyways. Though I guess it is kind of an issue that the camera's gone, because that was unintentional, and I did want to. Well, I kind of saved it when I saved the stage. I hope. How about this? We'll do a quick save, which will be different from the digital version or whatever, and we'll check to see if the camera made it into the graveyard arena. Yeah, it did, because you can see the camera's right here. So we didn't lose anything. Okay, so now we can go back to this. Kaylee said, let me know when you can, and I'll send you a link. Okay, ballin'. Kaylee said, I did it in 2 days because I was told about it close to the deadline, lol. But I'm alright with what I made. Ballin'. I'm glad. Yeah, I don't know why you can't see the camera anymore. If I were to hit play, the camera's still here because it's still working. It's just the camera's invisible or something now. How about now when I rewind and back out? I don't know why you can't see it, but whatever. We'll keep trekking. So for the end of fight logic, I more or less want to save this, but this isn't right. Kaylee said, is the camera grouped with something? I grouped a lot of things earlier. Yeah, it's grouped with something. You're right. So when I grouped everything together, it made it where the camera's kind of hidden amongst the group, which also explains why the fight text and everything was in its own place as well. Thank you, Kaylee. I would not have caught that, but that makes sense. Let's see. So I think I can save the characters more or less as is. Kaylee said, I like the Halloween-y theme. Thank you kindly. I'm glad that you vibe with it. Oh, I was like, why does everything have a border around it? And I just realized it's because he's touching the rain because the rain is touching everything. Kaylee said, I know that because I had the same problem before, lol. Makes sense. Oh, do you know what Kratos is up to tonight? I saw him in Bussy Bread Club chat, but I don't think he's been able to tune into the stream yet today. I wanted to check in with him. I was really happy for Kratos when Project Genesis liked his Dracoda Spire game. I thought that was really cool. Let's see. Simple Fighter. shock player character. Kaylee said, he's been talking in the D&D chat. I'll see if he can stop by. Okay, ballin'. If he's currently busy in the D&D chat, that's totally fine. I was just more curious to see if he was available to, like, talk dreams, to show off any of his, like, new content, potentially to do a challenge, if you and Kratos were down for a challenge. Okay, let's see. Space. Oops. That is the opposite of what I wanted to do. Space. And then we'll call him Player 1. Okay. So now we got simple fighter. I also would be hyped to see Kratos create some stuff with this. I think that would be really cool. I'd love to see you create stuff with this, Kaden. Now that like a lot of this stuff has been made and I'm making it all public, what I really get hyped for, to be honest, whenever I make like these collections and I make all these things public, is to just see other people play around with them and to see what they're gonna do with them. Yo, Kratos, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? And do you have any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on the stream? So, I've made a fighting game, Kratos. It's like a 2-player fighting game. I'm making like all the stuff public, and I would be really hyped to see what you and Kaylee potentially did with like the characters and environments and stuff that I'm making publicly available. So right now I'm organizing everything for that. Also, I was wondering if you guys would want to do a challenge like we used to do back in the day. I kind of miss the challenges, and I feel like the challenges really did help me like grow as a dreams developer. You know what I mean? They were like good ways to like force yourself to think on your feet and to stay motivated on a project and to like keep going with stuff. I feel like a lot of times I'll make like one thing and I'll like that one thing and then I won't continue it. Where with the 30-minute challenges, it's like, it's only 30 minutes. Like I might as well like put my all into that 30 minutes, you know? Kratos said, I'm down to play with it. Ballin'. Kaylee said, I'd be down to do a challenge. Ballin'. Kratos, would you be down to do a challenge? Player 2. Kratos said, I'm playing D&D stuff right now, but I'm down for a challenge. Okay, ballin'. Kaylee said, can we do one in 30 minutes? So like 30 minutes from now. Would you guys like to do a challenge at 8:30? I feel like that could potentially be a solid time if you guys are down. Let's see. So this is the text displayer for the fight start animation. Then Kratos said yes. Okay, ballin'. Do we want to set up the rules for the challenge ahead of time, or do we want to set up the rules around then? Kaylee said 7:40 is good, and then she said oops. Then she said 8:30 is good. Okay, ballin'. Yeah. Oh, I forgot about the controls displayer. Or did I? Did I get this when I got everything? I think I might have gotten a lot of this stuff earlier. Okay. So this text displayer is just for the controls. Kaylee said, let's make the rules 10 minutes before. Okay, sounds like a plan. I'm down for that. That'll give us time to try and think them out. Let's see. And I'll try and get all this stuff public by then. So let's see. Simple Fighter. Controls display. And as long as I stay consistent with those controls, that's something that I would never really have to change, which is nice. And that fight start animation, I could always keep the same, though I'll probably change that sound bite at a certain point. I did appreciate his tip with the keyframe. That was a cool idea. I've done stuff like that before, but I've never done that with text, I don't think. Let's see. And just to make sure, this is what I have selected. Yep. So this will be Simple Fighter Start Fight Animation. I hope everyone's having a wonderful day so far, by the way. Hey, we're getting somewhere. I'm excited for the challenge. It's been a minute since we've done one of those. I named this. I don't know if I saved the end of fight logic. Kaylee said, my day has been pretty good, so I'm happy. How's your day been? Fantastic as always, thank you for asking. Work's been kind of slow recently. There hasn't been like too much to do. Which isn't a bad thing, I guess. It just feels different. So let's see. Yeah, I can save this end of fight logic and it can be repurposed. Nice. So we're gonna go Simple Fighter. I need to get something to drink momentarily. Lips feel dry. I've been drinking mango smoothies, and it's reminding me of this thing that my mom buys. It comes in like soda cans, but it's just like mango puree. I can't remember the name brand, but it's like a blue can that has like a picture of a mango on it. But I remember really liking that. Simple Fighter, End of Fight Logic. That's what it was. Not the brand of the mango thing, but what I was going to type in. Let's see. Kaylee said, do you remember Paradise Smoothie? Paradise Smoothie? What's Paradise Smoothie? Is that like a Smoothie King-esque place? Also, have you ever been to a Jamba Juice? I'm not sure if I've ever been to a Jamba Juice. I feel like I've seen a Jamba Juice. I feel like I've wanted to go to a Jamba Juice. And if I ever have gone to one, it wasn't in Alabama. I feel like I remember seeing one, but I don't know if I actually like went there or not. But I've always been interested because I've heard it's kind of like another kind of smoothie place kind of thing with like different juices and stuff. Kaylee said, it used to be my favorite place to go. They had a setup for video games. They shut it down years ago, though. Huh. I don't think I ever got to check out Paradise Smoothie, but it sounds cool. When you mentioned that it had a setup for video games, it kind of reminded me of Cece's Pizza used to have this game that I really liked called The Grid. And the idea of it is that you're in a virtual reality. Well, I don't think that you're supposed to be in a virtual reality world. But I think you kind of were because it was called The Grid. Anyways, you're in this like game show. And the idea is that you're in a game show where people are trying to murder you. And you have to stay alive long enough to actually win the show. And you're given all these different weapons and stuff that you can use to fight off the different people in the game show. But what was cool about it is that you played the grid with all these other people standing next to you who played the other contestants who were like trying to kill you. And as long as you stayed alive, you didn't have to put more money in. You just would have to put more money in when you died. So what I thought was really cool about the grid was that aspect, I guess, that if you were like really good at the game, that you would like just pay once and then you just play for the rest of the day. And that's what I used to do. But I missed that game. It was apparently made by the same people who made Mortal Kombat. The closest thing to it is like the Professor Genki levels in Saints Row. It's like a similar premise, but it's not multiplayer like the grid is. Because the grid is great. But that's what I thought about when you were like, it had a setup for video games. Because I was like, video games I'm nostalgic for that were in like restaurants. Kaylee said in Nashville, I'd go to Smoothie King. Never had Jamba Juice though. Wait, so you've never been to the local Smoothie King? So Dozer really fucks with Smoothie King. My ex-wife really fucks with Smoothie King. Chelsea really fucks with Smoothie King. I think Smoothie King is okay. I'm a big milkshake guy, but I still like Smoothie King. Kaylee said, that sounds cool. We should hit up a Smoothie King at some point. Chelsea, when she came over, was talking about, like, have you had Smoothie King? And I was like, who hasn't had Smoothie King? I was like, what kind of question is that? Let's see. Everything is now listed. Oh, I called one of them Simple Fight instead of Simple Fighter. Wonk wonk. Wonk 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 wonk. So all those things are listed. That's good. Click OK. Kaylee said we should go after quarantine. Ballin'. I think that'd be fun. We could go on like a Tuesday or something. Smoothie King is right next to a Jersey Mike's Subs. I'm not a big sandwich guy, but I think you guys like sandwiches and you might vibe with it. I also think it's next to like a Wayback Burger or something like that. So if we went, we could potentially hit up like those places as food options. It's also across from like the Target shopping center that has like GameStop that we could go check out, look at games and stuff. And then Target, of course, where I like to look at like toys. But you know, you can always just loiter and walk around in stores. Five Below, which always tempts Beth's pocket. She's like, ooh, I gotta make sure I don't buy anything. Kaylee said, says the girl who worked in 2 deli places. Oh, I missed what you said before. Kaylee said, I'm not a big sandwich person either. Says the girl who worked in 2 deli places. So what motivated you to work in 2 deli places? Did you work at the Subway because it was like close to where we lived? Did you work at the Subway that was close to where we lived? I know you worked at a Subway, but I'm not sure if you worked there. And then did you work at another deli place because you had experience with a deli place before? Kratos said, I've been playing this Vanguard game literally all day. Is it good? Beth and I are going to hit up the Vanguard game tonight at 10. We already have it installed on our phones, we just haven't played it yet. Kaylee says, sounds fun. I miss hanging out. No problems. We'll be hanging out again soon. And we're kind of hanging out now, you know what I mean? Kratos said, I love walking around Barnes & Nobles. Barnes & Nobles is pretty dope. We have a Barnes & Nobles on Bridge Street, which is like an outdoor shopping center. And I'd say Barnes & Nobles is in my top 3 favorite places on Bridge Street. If they like had to bulldoze down most of the places on Bridge Street and there were only like 4 places left on Bridge Street, I would want Maggie Moo's for milkshakes. I was like, I don't know if there are too many places I care about on Bridge Street for real. Like, it's not a long list. It would be Maggie Moo's for milkshakes. It would be Barnes & Nobles for like the bookstore atmosphere. Pyology, because Pyology is my favorite sit-down pizza place. I'm not a big fan of getting Pyology to go to actually eat it later. I like to get it to go just to have the box in case I want to eat it while walking around. So it's my favorite sit-down pizza place. And then Millennium, the place where I used to work. So that would be like my top 4. Unless I already said Millennium, I actually don't know. Maggie Moo's, Pyology, Barnes & Noble's, Millennium. Yeah, that'd be my top 4. Where we at, though? Kratos said, I love it in regards to the Vanguard app. Okay, ballin'. That's good to hear. Hopefully we'll all be able to play together. Let's see. Kaylee said, yeah. And I liked how it was a food place that didn't smell like grease. Then I got the offer for Walmart, and I knew Serena's mom worked in the deli bakery. Oh, I remember this now. Kaylee said, and they were paying $3 more than Subway, so I took it. Hey, it counts. Kaylee said, I really like Barnes & Nobles too. Kratos said, I usually spend over an hour or 2 in Barnes & Nobles, just looking around and at books. The main thing I like about Barnes & Nobles is that they sell superhero guidebooks. You know, I just realized I haven't done a video about either of the things I collect. I only collect like 2 things really. I collect Ben 10 stuff. I have a bunch of like Ben 10 action figures. And I collect superhero guidebooks. But Barnes & Nobles is like my main source of superhero guidebooks. You can find so many books online of like comics. The guidebooks are a little bit harder to find. And I normally buy them when they come out, and if I get really into them, I'll read them cover to cover. I read a Wonder Woman guidebook that I got for my birthday a couple years ago. That same day, I read like the whole book. We're talking about like thick, like huge info guides where you learn about like the complete history of a character up to like the modern day. I just eat that shit up. I love those. Let's see. Kaylee said mine would be Barnes & Noble, H&M, Cinemark, and Chocolate Crocodile. Interesting. So I almost said the Cinemark because I will say that's probably my favorite movie theater in town when it comes to quality, but I honestly don't care that much about quality for my movie theaters. I care more about convenience. And while Bridge Street is very close to where I live, there's an AMC theater that's even closer. It's like way closer where I live. So if I was going to pay to go see a movie, I personally would prefer to go to that AMC. Just because it's so close. Kratos said, yes, we can play together. You just gotta get to level 11. How long does it take to get to level 11? Kaylee said, thick. Then Kaylee said, AMC is best. They show indie movies too. I did not know that they showed indie movies. Would you ever be interested in doing a like movie theater hangout? Ryan and I have done that before because Ryan and I hang out every Thursday. Well, we did before the quarantine, where what we would do is we'd come over to my place, we'd hang out, we would then go eat somewhere around the AMC because the AMC isn't too far away from like Five Guys, Dunkin' Donuts, Nothing But Noodles, Zaxby's, 88 Buffet, Panda Express. Like there's a whole bunch of food stuff right around where that AMC is at. So then we would go eat at like Five Guys, and then we would go to the AMC and we would watch a movie, and then we'd come back to the apartment and we would just continue hanging out. And that was always pretty good. Kaylee said, "Oh wait, you're talking about that one." Then Kratos said, "Not too long." Could you reach level 11 Kratos in an hour, or would you need more than an hour to hit level 11? Let's see. Kaylee said, "That one is good too. They don't show indie movies there, I don't think." Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I wonder why. Like, why they don't. Kratos said, "It took me all day simply because I was working while playing." And then Kratos said, "Panda Express." And then Kaylee said, "I'm down to watch 99% of movies." I'm interested in checking out Ghoulies. Ghoulies is a movie that has 0% on Rocket Tomatoes. I just said Rocket Tomatoes. On Rotten Tomatoes. But it's supposed to be like a knockoff Gremlins movie. And I'm a big fan of Gremlins. So I want to see this supposedly really bad Gremlins knockoff. Do 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 do. Oh, oh! I probably forgot to put invisible walls on that fighting arena. I don't think I grouped the invisible walls, which are important. Okay. I'm gonna have to do that. See, delete local saves. Yeah. Delete all those local saves. Kaylee said it's cheaper. It's the cheaper one. The Valley Bend one does though. And then she said, "I'd watch it. Also, I'll get on Dreams now." A Plastic Fork said, Yo, Plastic Fork. Welcome to the stream. It's good to have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? And do you have any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on the stream? Ah. I don't know how you smoke that, Plastic Fork, but to each their own. Kaylee said, "Hello, Plastic Fork." Do 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 do. Dun, dun, dun. I was going to add invisible walls to the graveyard arena. Because I'm pretty sure I didn't group the invisible walls. I did not. Okay. So let's add those walls real quick. Kaylee said, "Lol, what the fuck?" Dun 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 dun. Do 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 do. Plastic Fork. I'm not sure if this is the channel for that. Do 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 do. Like to find that. You know what I mean? Like if that's what you're looking for. Do do dun 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 dun. Kaylee said, "I know a guy." Oh, never mind. Kaylee might know a guy. Dun 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 dun. This might be the place to discuss that. Let's see. Plastic Fork said, "Can we discuss that?" You and Kaylee can discuss it. She knows a guy. Do 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 do. You and Kaylee might be able to discuss that if she's down. You'd have to ask her about that one. If she knows a guy about the other thing, Plastic Fork, she might know a guy about that as well. Might be the same guy if she knows a guy about the other thing. Because those things seem related. Ryan said, "But does she know the guy?" Kaylee, your guy knowledge is being put into question by Ryan. Do you know said guy? Nope, not the rain. Deselect the rain. Okay. Let's group those together. Ryan said, from Spy Kids 3. Which guy from Spy Kids 3? Plastic Fork said, can we discuss another similar thing? Then he asked, what are your opinions on slavery? Yo, Ryan. It is your time, Ryan. This is like one of Ryan's like favorite things. What is your opinion on slavery? It's weird to say it's one of Ryan's favorite things. I'm not saying that Ryan's favorite things is slavery, but more that this is like the kind of thing that Ryan would talk about. Ryan said slavery should be abolished in the United States. Excuse me. Let's see. So Plastic Fork said, see me on the alt account. I don't know what your alt account is. Also, I don't know the exact position that is needed for these invisible walls. So real quick, let's put rock in the scene so I can try and gauge where the wall should be. I shouldn't have put rock in the scene because he's the one you can't control. I should put shock in the scene. What the fuck? I must have picked the whole arena. I meant to just grab shock. Did I save shock as the whole arena? I'm sorry, what? Where am I? Okay. So now I need to figure out how to make shock better. Kaylee said Ryan's the guy. Kaylee said, I think Plastic Fork is actually Izanagi. I doubt that. That'd be a hard twist. Let's see. What the fuck? I saved shock as just not shock, apparently. Cool. Save what I have so far. Ryan said, what is gained by deception? If I was to answer that question, what is gained by deception? I guess it really, regardless of, I guess, why you're deceiving someone, you gain being dishonest? Like, I guess, how would you define gain? Kratos said, nah, Plastic Fork seems too nice to be Izanagi. And then Kratos put the laughing emoji. And then Ryan said, by that deception. Oh, by, like, pretending to be Plastic Fork? I don't know. I don't know. Let's see.
Also, I don't think Izanagi means harm. You know what I mean? Also, ooh, Kratos. That is an interesting nickname for your boy. It's new. I am having like multiple epiphanies right now. So, with the player characters, you have to group them with their projectiles or they won't work. Gosh, there's just so much shit going on. There's so much shit going on. Let's try and hide that. Actually, you can hide electronics. I forgot all about that. Preview invisibility. Let's see. Hide coat style and effects. Hide paint. Maybe bring back coat style and effects. Here we go. This will make it a lot easier to see everything. These three things have to be grouped together for them to work. I need this to replace the other character that I had put in. Kratos said, that means I'm delicious. Oh shit! It's like 4 minutes till 8:30. We haven't come up with rules for the challenge thing. Do you guys want to push the challenge to 8:40 and we come up with rules? Kaylee said, y'all ready for a challenge? What's the challenge? We haven't come up with rules. Kaylee said, lol, I just noticed that too. Shock. Player. Character. And then I put in brackets player 1. And then I need to get rid of the other thing that I named this because I just didn't save what I thought I saved. Okay. Group those three together. Save as new creation. Kaylee said, Ryan, give us 3 things. Ryan would have to give us 3 things in 3 minutes. Do 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 do. Hey, do 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 do. What's up, shorty? Hey, do 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 do. Hey, do 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 do. Hey, 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 whoop. Ryan said, what? So Kaylee was asking if you could give us 3 rules that we have to follow for a 30-minute game challenge, where we make a level in 30 minutes based off of the 3 rules. Yeah, yeet. Ayy. Fuck it up, 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 fuck it up. Whoop. Do 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 do. Ay, 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 yeah. Do 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 do. What you talking about? Do 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 do. What? What? Do 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 do. Ay, ay, ay. Kaylee said lol. Ryan said I refuse. Oh, okay, yeah, I mean that's totally fine. Do 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 do. Do you guys want to reschedule for 8:40 to give us more time to come up with the rules? There we go. I think The invisible walls I put in my level
Fight.
are too far away. Volt said, "Hey Nick, yo Volt, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you. How's your day? Do you have any questions for your boy? Do you have any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on the stream? Also, how's progress on your game so far?" Kratos said, "Yeah, 840. Sounds like a plan." Kaylee said, "Hey Volt, give us challenge rules." So we're looking for three of them things, three challenge rules that we could use for a 30-minute challenge. Yeah. Listed. Excellent. Wah, 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 wah. Volt said, hmm. Do, wah, wah, wah. Do, 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 do. Wah, 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 wah. Do, wah, 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 wah. Let's see. Let's jump back out. Volt said, I don't know, man. I wasn't expecting to be put on the spot. Kaylee put you on the spot. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Real quick. Okay. This stuff works. Hold on. And he's 2D, just like he's supposed to be. Yeah. That's good. And let's test him out real quick. I was like, joke's on me. I wouldn't even be able to test him out anyways. He's player 2. He's player 2. That's what had me the last time. Had me fucked up the last time. Okay. So let's archive our last attempt at getting these two. Archive Bofa. Yeah. Archived. Got him. And let's archive this one too. Got him. It's like they no longer exist. Dun 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 dun. Do 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 do. Let's see. Kaylee said, "Lol. How about us three pick one?" Volt said, "That would be a better option, Kaylee." Curtis said, "Okay, 1, medieval fantasy theme." Kaylee said, 2, there has to be a strawberry. Then Kratos said, "Oh, okay." Then Kratos said, "Nick, your turn." I got you. Medieval fantasy strawberry. Your character has to have at least 2 things it can do based off of like a button press. And jumping can count. Like jumping is one of them. Moving doesn't count. That's not a button. You have to be able to hit a button and the character do something. Do 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 do. That isn't just walking. Do 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 do. Let's see. Kratos said bet. Ball. We're gonna do that at 8:40. So I need to get my happy ass some smooth A before then. Volt said, "Oof, that's a strong challenge right there." Kratos said, "I has idea." So medieval fantasy strawberry has to do at least 2 things based on button. Jumping is fine for one of things. Let's see. So what was I gonna do? Oh, I was editing this. And I was like, I don't think my invisible walls are in the right place. So I was going to test that. Yeah, that invisible wall on that side is not close enough to the side. So I need the other invisible wall to be right behind where he's currently standing. Oh, wait. Undo. Oh, wait. Even better. I just remembered you can make paint not show, which is hella helpful because that rain is super annoying. Okay. View mode. There we go. Now the invisible walls are in the right place. And now, if I ever wanted to use this fighting arena again, I could. And I wouldn't have to set up a lot of stuff, which is nice. So let's get rid of your boy Shock, because he doesn't need to be in there. We can put him in there whenever. And then let's save version. Looks like I have 4 to 5 minutes until the challenge starts. Volt said, man's getting good at setting up an atmosphere. Thank you kindly, Volt. I appreciate it. Izanagi actually was not a fan of that graveyard arena. He said for a 2D game, it has a weird sense of depth. Volt said, that stage is good as fuck. I'm glad that you vibe with it. And it's all public. That's my big thing. I love being able to like share all this stuff with other people so that they're able to use them in their own projects. Volt said 2.5D then. Well, the thing is, it's like the character is 2D as in he can only go left and right, but I don't think Izanagi liked the fact that there was so much foreground. He was like, it makes it seem like you'd be able to move in 2.5D even though it's just 2D. So that was his complaint about it. Okay, now I need to grab all the Simple Fighter stuff. Kratos said, is he even a fan of anything though? He's a fan of Japanese mythology. And he also studied game design. Those are 2 things that I learned about him today. I wonder if we did a game based on Japanese mythology, if he would like that, or if he would really hate that. Volt said, no, Izanagi hates the earth we stand on. I doubt that. I'm not gonna have time to get something to drink. I can feel my life fading. Let's see. I need to rewatch Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. Everyone here has watched Scott Pilgrim, right? Good ass movie. Zoom out. Zoomed in too close. Let's see. Kratos said, I've watched it. Kaylee said, yee. I remember seeing that movie in theaters. I recently was watching a video essay where someone was talking about how good it was. And I was like, damn, it's been a minute since I've watched Scott Pilgrim. I wouldn't mind hitting that back up. It's been a long enough time to where I feel like I could get like a good bit out of rewatching it. Volt said, I've seen it. Kratos said, it's almost time. Okay, then I need to save this Simple Fighter collection. Ryan said the movie is mediocre. I still haven't read the manga. I've heard the manga is good. Kratos said, actually, it's time. Okay. I need to start getting all that set up then. Okay. So let me back out of this, and we're going to start up a new element or scene. Kaylee said, let's go. Kratos said, be back in 30. So when you get back, Kratos. Best of luck to everyone. So we need a strawberry. Perfect. That's like exactly what I was looking for. Okay. Damn, I didn't realize how big that strawberry was until I could see it in context, like in comparison to something else. Thick berry. Ryan said the manga, Superman manga, greater than the Batman manga. I haven't read any manga based on Batman or Superman. Are there any like really good DC mangas? Beth might be interested in like a DC manga. As something that her and I could read together. The legs are so tiny. So I think the fruit has a plastic look to it. So I should probably change the feet to look more plastic. Izanagi said, why? Are you asking... I could make the whole thing look plastic. But then would that fuck up the leaves? See, that might fuck up the leaves if I make the whole thing look plastic. You gotta hit up the individual parts of the foot. Let's see. Ryan said Avatar The Last Airbender is a better anime though. Izanagi said, why do I come back to a strawberry? So we're doing a challenge right now, a 30-minute challenge by the way, where we have to make a level in 30 minutes. And the level has to be medieval fantasy themed. Your character has to be able to do at least 2 different things based on button presses. One of those things can be jump. And there has to be a strawberry in it. And that's why you came back to a strawberry. Let's see. I feel like I missed Volt say something. Volt said, that's a whiny strawberry. And then he said shiny. And then he went, what the fuck? Okay. So cool, we got a strawberry. It needs to be able to do something based off of a button press. So we're going to need to get into the controller logic of the strawberry. Izanagi said, also, I only hate 75% of the world we stand on. Volt said, the strawberry explodes. The strawberry exploding might be a little much. Ooh. Yo, I wasn't trying to find the music right now, but I fuck with that. Loop. What does that sound like? Okay, this is okay.
Volt said, lol, I knew it. Volt said, Izanagi hate the planet. Izanagi said, Kaylee seems to have quality and be part of like the 25% I like. Volt said, oof, he's simping. Ah, fuck. Yeah. Accurate. Nigga, why is it strawberry with a question mark? What's your character logic? You got some follow behaviors, pimp. Actually, we don't have to scope into you for that. Let's see, what do you do? Behavior. Follows people with the follow me tag. Test? Okay. Izanagi said not simpin', but compare her work to Jet's or Kratos. Let's see. So now we're going to summon the strawberry friend whenever the player hits square. Nah, just set it to 0 meters per second. There we go. Cool. Okay. So now we've fulfilled 2 of the 3 requirements for this level. Let's see. Also, I'm sorry if I'm falling behind with the live chat. I will catch up. I've spent 6 minutes of the challenge so far. Medieval fantasy, he says. Let's see. So let's get a little fantastic with it. Give me like a castle. Rotate that. Castle is quite big. And let me zoom out from it. Is there like an interior to this bitch? Not really. It's more of like a background set piece thing. Too big. Too much to try to mess with right now. Let's see. Background castle knight. Interesting. Now if we go for the fire water skybox. Where's my skybox at? And let's modify the skybox. Let's go to sky brightness. Let's see. Definitely way too dark. That's why we have the moon. Dun 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 dun. Hey, let's get the moon out. Where's my boy the moon? Big ol' moon. Big ol' moon. What's a good moon? Give me like thumbs up moon. The fuck is this? I don't want to search by dreamers. Reset. Moon. Dreamiverse. Most thumbs up. Where do I want the moon at? I don't know how I feel about that placement. That's not too bad. The moon could actually be closer and it would be fine. I don't know how I feel about the moon being closer, actually. Maybe just bigger. Okay. So now, let's create a little village scene. So I've spent a good bit of my time. I think 7:10 is when we'll be done. So let's add more to the whole medieval fantasy aesthetic. So give me like some huts. Do we have like tags on? Is that all that comes up for huts? That's crazy. Fantasy village. Let's see. That is a really big house. Now, not so big. Okay, so you have that little house. Let's see. Why are so many of them gingerbread houses? Specifically. Though a gingerbread house probably would fit. This house came with a yard and a fence. Which looks a little out of place until I style the ground.
and add more lighting. So let me style the ground real quick. Okay. Now let's go out of this, go to style mode, we'll go to flex, we'll go to streaky. Don't worry guys, I'll hit up the live chat momentarily. Hit this up, physical properties. No, it would be under effects. Give it a little bit of wave. Yeah. And then let's add like some lamp posts and stuff. Lamp posts. Medieval fantasy wouldn't have lamp post. They'd have like candle lit lamps or something. They'd have to be like magic lights. Let's see. Glowing orbs. Hmm. This concept, I fucked up and I deselected everything. Let's increase that glow. Okay. I think the lawn part of this house clashed a little bit. Without the lawn, I think it works a little bit more. We can have a path that goes straight down. Hmm. Let's see. Now this little street area looks a little bare. So I need something to make it pop off a little bit. So I'm gonna close out a path. We're gonna go to the quick start area because I have a few things that I think would be nice to add. So So we're gonna add a couple shooties. And we're also going to add a couple bites. And we're going to add a couple chases. Izanagi said the 30 minutes needs to pass sooner. No worries, Izanagi, we'll get there. Let's see. How would this play out? Ooh. A. Gets done. I need to rotate the exit platform. So this music track, I'm not too big of a fan of. I liked it at first. Now I'm like, I don't know. Where did I even put the music track? Is that nigga all the way over here? I have like 9 minutes left. Here's the skybox for some reason. I honestly don't know where the music's at. How do you do voice recordings? Okay, I got an idea. We're gonna do something weird. Wait a minute. That's not what I wanted to do. Hello? What happens if I play this keyframe? What will I hear? How the fuck do you record audio? I actually just don't know how that works. I don't have too much time. I want to do like a story element to explain what the fuck is in my mind, but it would be easier in like 10 minutes if I could just record something talking or whatever. If I went to sound, speaker, a whole bunch of other bullshit that I don't need. I felt like keyframe was my best bet. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Test. Okay, press play. Come on. I don't hear anything. Well, fuck the keyframe.
We might take from the Credo School of Subtitles and see if we can do something with that in like 4 minutes. So text displayer. Put this at the bottom. I could have used the boombox, nigga. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay. Princess Strawberry. How do you use the PlayStation voice stuff to type? PlayStation voice. PlayStation voice activate. PlayStation voice. Strawberry. Izanagi said the boombox in medieval times. There are robot enemies in medieval times. I have explanations for all these things. Princess Strawberry, please make your way to the teleporter. Teleportation rune. And return to the castle. Fuck. At once. I still have time. Just barely. Give me that exclamation point, nigga. This is urgent. An evil wizard come on. Come on, predictive text. Thank you. An evil wizard has, come on, summoned, predictive text, summoned, give me the ED. Nope. Summoned, no ED here. Has summoned an fucked mechanical beast to attack the village. How much time? Okay, we'll barely get it. We'll barely get it. Yo, get in there. There you go, you know about village. Okay, now let's style it and not make it look fucking stupid. There's a little time. Move the shitty. Get it. Yeah. Stretch that shit up. Get my whole screen. Right at the bottom, please. Okay, here we go. Fuck. What are we doing? Text. No text box. No text border. Make the text actually readable, nigga. White. Okay, give it some glow. Okay, and then, maybe text box. Maybe box is actually okay. But blacken it, though. Cool. And then, have a timer that'll only show that for like a... We don't have time. We don't have time for the timer. What does it look like? That glow on the text is atrocious. It doesn't look like that here. Why does it look like a 54%? Oh, well, I'm just stupid. Well, of course it would be too much. Better. Okay. Cool. I got like 1 minute left. If I had enough time to put like anything in here that I didn't already put in like a second ago, it would be a crown for Princess Strawberry. That would be the one thing, if I could pick anything. Nigga, what? Oh, come on, we're not gonna have time. The one crown I found was like, it's a skybox. It's a whole damn skybox on the bitch. I don't even know why they would put a skybox on a crown. Why are these niggas actually crazy? That's why they call me Big Papa. Okay. Go into play mode. Okay. The crown is like barely on that nigga's head. It's barely on the head. What is this? What is this? Group in. Group into the group. Scoot it. Scoot it to the side. Okay. Play. Yeah! Yeah! Fuck yeah, Princess Strawberry, nigga. Back at the castle once again. We hit the 10 minutes by now, right? We're at the 10 minutes. Let's save this fucking game. You already know, I gotta read so much live chat shit. Okay. Save it. Scene. Where are the homies? Where's Kaylee and Kratos? We gotta turn in our medieval fantasy fucking Princess Strawberry levels. You already know. You already know. That fucking flute is so bad. It just loops. It's not. I thought it was like a whole song, and I was like, oh, this will be fun. That level's so fast, it won't even matter. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Okay, where are we at? Kaylee said, oh, it time ye. Also, I've missed so much live chat. Give me one moment. I need to release it as public. Kaylee said, I'm sorry, just gonna say that. You're sorry, Kaylee. Did you put in some copyrighted music? Dun dun dun. Also, what the fuck's happening? Why didn't it ask me if I wanted to put this level in a dream or something? That's what it normally does. And then Kaylee said, nope. Well then, I don't know what you're apologizing for. Your level's probably great. When has Kaylee not released a fantastic level? Wait a minute, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Don't save that creation. Go to the dreams I've already made. Wherever that is. Volt said she thinks she gonna win, lol. She might win. You never know. Yo, where the fuck are my dreams? Where that sounds so weird to say. Where do I find dreams I've already made? This tells you how long it's been since we've done the challenges. Gotta scroll through all this shit.
constant shit. Oh my goodness. We haven't done a 30-minute challenge in so long. I can't even find my dream. That was like 30-minute challenge. Was it levels made in 30 minutes? I'll add it to this. Okay. So edit that. Princess Strawberry be like level 6. Kaylee said, I ain't gonna win, lol. Why do you say that, Kaylee? Won't. Okay. And then I guess it might as well be in its own dream, too. If you don't put it in its own dream, then they have to... Well, they don't have to play through all those other things. I guess people won't find it in dream surfing if I don't put it in a dream. Oh, where's your boy Kratos? Has he popped in yet? I'm still behind on the live chat. As far as I know, Kratos is actively talking. Being like, yeah, I'm right here. So, Kaylee said, nah. Okay. So he has not arrived yet. Kaylee said, where he at? I don't know. I don't know where he at. This is the 30-minute challenge. Here we go. Now I can say, it's a game. What kind of game is it? Adventure. I wouldn't call it a platformer. It's not a platformer. Definitely fantasy. Definitely fantasy. Weird. Weird is accurate. Third person? Yeah. Cool. Single player. I could have made a multiplayer game. That would have been interesting, actually. Cool. Volt said Kratos cheating. Izanagi said it's a platform. How's it a platformer? What?
Okay. Let me scroll up. Because I missed a good bit. Izanagi said, if anything, I don't really care about her performance in Jackbox. Volt said, oh, I think Jet and Kratos do good work. They just can't sculpt like her. Izanagi said, but that's the thing. From what I remember, she doesn't make all her stuff either, but she knows how to put a level of polish on her stuff that Jet and Kratos can't hope to reach. Plus, she doesn't actively try to murder the player with jank. To which then Volt says, they can reach it if they try, but I feel like Jet is more interested in doing concept proof rather than making a full game. Which, I don't know, I'd like to make a full game, but a lot of times I end up just making like a concept proof and then being satisfied with it and then being like, but what about a different concept? I shift around a lot, rarely doing the same thing. Izanagi said, he doesn't even need to make a full game. Kaylee made a single escape room that you complete in 5 minutes. He can put quality into a single level. Ryan said, Izanagi, do you know that fork fellow? Izanagi then said, I currently know of no fork fellows or ladies. To which then Plastic Fork said, string me up by my, and use my like a ask tray. To which then Izanagi said, I definitely don't know any fork fellows. Fork says something about smoking something I'm not sure you can smoke. Volt then said, they think this guy is you at Izanagi. Plastic Fork said, blow out my back. To which then Izanagi said, but why? Plastic Fork said, blow out my back with your ruin my manhood in high heels. Volt said, at Izanagi, I don't know, man, ask them. Plastic Fork said, stomp on my and blow out my pussy. Izanagi said, first I get compared to Matt, then I get compared to a fork. Volt said, at Izanagi, not just any fork, a sexual deviant one. Fork said, if I was Izanagi, I would admit it. Now ruin my... And then he said, this nigga looks like a bootleg Sideshow Bob. To which then Izanagi takes a moment of pause and goes, 30 minutes needs to pass sooner. To which then Volt says at Izanagi, you okay, man? And Izanagi said, I'm fine, but the record needs to be set free. At Izanagi, well, Volt said at Izanagi, so you're saying you're the fork fellow. Then Izanagi said, I'm 100% not the fork fellow. As if it was an episode of Jerry Springer. My nigga's not the father. He's not the fork fellow. Volt said, lol. Izanagi said, a boombox in medieval times? Screen enhance. Volt said, lol. The Kratos school of subtitleism. Volt said, bruh. Why would they want the princess to be at the village when it's getting attacked? No, she has to go back to the castle. She's not going back to the village, Volt. What are you talking about? Didn't you read the subtitles? Izanagi said, why is a strawberry fighting robots? Izanagi said, why does magic summon technology in medieval times? What? Magic can do whatever the fuck you want. It's magic. That's the most ridiculous question I've heard all day. Volt said, imagination. Does SpongeBob meme hand gestures? Ryan said Izanagi is the fork confirmed. Izanagi said not the fork. Ryan said confirmed. Volt said the fork is not the Izanagi. Lol. Volt said probably. Oh wait, where are we at? Where are we at? I lost track. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? I lost the place. Okay. Ryan said excuse me, but it was confirmed. DLE said hi. Yo, DLE, welcome to the stream's gonna have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? And any discussion topics they can talk about on the stream? Volt said, by who? Ryan said, Jet confirmed it. This is false. Volt said at Izanagi, you got a man's telling lies about you. Volt is spreading these Ryan rumors, these R&Rs. Izanagi said, and the pain is real. Volt said, Jet is trying to ruin your good name. These R&Rs just flying everywhere. Ryan said, these lies were confirmed, though. Kaylee said, oh, it time ye. Okay, Izanagi said, lies confirmed as lies are lies. Volt said, these lies are confirmed? Lol. And he said it like, these lies are confirmed? Lol. Kaylee said, I'm sorry, just gonna say that. Then Kaylee said, no. Volt said she thinks you gonna win, lol. Probably will, though. Izanagi said, God, the beeping is horrible. What beeping? Kaylee said, I ain't gonna win, lol. Nah, where you at? Volt said, Kratos cheating. Izanagi said, it's a platformer. You jump on enemies and try to reach a platform. Try to reach a platform? You just run to the platform. You don't even really have to fight anybody, I don't think. You have people that you can fight. Well, that's whatever. Volt said, you missed everything. Kratos said, hey, I'm back. Kaylee said, lol, nice. Kratos said, but I failed the challenge. I couldn't get anything done. Kaylee said, bruh, I missed all this fork talk. Kratos said, a few minutes after it started, my dad fell down a couple stairs outside and got really hurt. I needed to help him. He's in a lot of pain now. I'm sorry to hear that, Kratos. I hope that your dad has like a quick recovery. How's he doing now? Kaylee said, oh no, hope he's alright. And then Kratos said, me too. Ooh. Volt said, oh damn, I'm sorry, Kratos. We all hope that your dad feels better soon, that he has like a good recovery, and we're all sorry to hear that. Oh, controller is on the couch. Kaylee said, if you want to, Kratos, we could wait and let you make something. That's true. Kaylee said, unless you need to continue helping your dad. Also a good point. Kratos said, it's okay. I appreciate everyone's well wishes. I'm sure he'll be fine. It was just really scary. And that's understandable, Kratos. We're here for you, my guy. We understand such a situation. And I wouldn't say that you failed the challenge. That was like a situation that was outside of your control. Kratos said, no, that wouldn't be fair. He said I should forfeit this challenge. Now, I would like to hear what your ideas were for this particular challenge. Like, what was it that you were going to do? Because even though you may not have had the opportunity to make it, we can still all enjoy hearing about your idea. Kaylee said, me too. I'd like to hear. And while we're listening to Kratos' challenge,
Smoothie time. I was gonna get something to drink before the challenge, and that was like half an hour ago. And then I didn't get an opportunity to get something to drink. And now I just read that whole live chat. I am a parched fellow. Or as the kids say in the street, a thirsty nigga. Da 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 da. Kratos said, I still want to finish it. It just won't be a part of this challenge. Understandable. I'd love to hear more about your idea. Mm. Do 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 do. Man, these naked mango smoothies are on point. They need to sponsor me. Yo, naked smoothies, hit me up in that super chat. Mm. That would be weird to get like a super chat from a company to do like a promotion. I've never heard of the approach be done like that, but I don't think I'd be against it. It's like instant money for a promotion that you hadn't even done yet. And then you'd be like, bet, okay. Kratos said, I was going to make a turn-based combat system. My dad has been playing Super Mario RPG a lot, and it gave me an idea to try something like that. I gotta get to my laptop because the live chat cut off part of what you said. Something like that in dreams. Oh, I was pretty close. Let's see. So, is Super Mario RPG good? I only know about Super Mario RPG from Did You Know Gaming videos that have like brought it up, and from that rap song I used to listen to when I was a kid. It was one of those like flash animation raps or whatever. If you guys haven't heard of it, I recommend checking it out. You may not like it that much though, because it appealed to like middle school Jet, so I don't know how well it stands up now. But it was fun. I remember that. I occasionally remember little lines of it. Mm. Kratos said, I think it's good. Ballin'. Yo, Izanagi, isn't one of your favorite games a Mario RPG? Not Super Mario RPG. I think he said Paper Mario A Thousand Year Door for the GameCube. Isn't that like your favorite GameCube game, Izanagi? Hmm. Izanagi said Mario RPG is a solid RPG game. Oh, okay. Well, he said it's a solid game. He didn't say a solid RPG game. Izanagi said Thousand Year Door is a good game. Okay, ball. And then Izanagi said not the best game though. So Izanagi, what's your favorite game for the GameCube? Is it Thousand Year Door? Then Izanagi said now Radiant Historia. Is Radiant Historia like your favorite game? Bow 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 bow. Izanagi said Thousand Year Door is probably the best GameCube. Okay. Oh, Kaylee. We still have time to check out what you made. I need to get to Kaylee. Dreamers. Excuse me. I'm about to catch up with Media Molecule Queen when it comes to my level. Kaylee said, yee, I got it uploaded. Ballin'. Strawberry. I already see Lord. Is that Lord in a dress? Fetch thy lordy a ripe strawberry. I have no choice. Okay, there we go. So hold X to auto jump, triangle to equip sword and shield, square to attack, and L1 to lock on to enemies. Kaylee said, lol, yeah. Kratos said, so Nick, what's the highest number of likes you have so far? And then Kaylee said, oh my god, the girl crying. Oh, she's crying? Looks like she's doing the robot. Looks like her ass is eating her stomach. Looks like she's doing the hokey pokey. I don't know what she's doing. Is she twerking? I think she's having a seizure. Oh, those are her clothes rotating around her body. Kaylee said, I'm sorry, lol. Then Kaylee said, bro, what's she doing? Yo, Kaylee, these platforms don't look flat, my guy. I started jumping and my brain was like, I'm in danger. Oh, okay. Medieval fantasy. There's a strawberry in it. There's a goal, and your character has multiple things they can do. Not bad. Not bad. Kaylee said, I think your sound isn't loud enough. Oh, I always keep it turned down and not blow away the stream. Volt said, what is this game? And then Kaylee said, lol. Okay. Let me hit that up with a like real quick. Also, Kratos asked, what creation of mine has the most likes? Well, he specifically asked, how many likes does my most liked thing have? So right now, the thing with the most likes I have is the arcade machine player character. It has 10 likes. Kaylee said there was like medieval music with a girl crying. I felt like I could hear the medieval music, but I didn't hear the girl crying. Kaylee said I threw 2 things I only heard snippets of. Oh, interesting. Understandable. Once it gets down to the wire, in these 30-minute challenges, it is a custom for like rush stuff to be done. So I totally get that. I made Princess Strawberry for the 30-minute challenge. Princess Strawberry, please make your way to the teleportation rune and return to the castle at once. An evil wizard has summoned mechanical beasts to attack the village. Kaylee said, not as good as the Cheetos one's music. That one caught you by surprise, hella hard. Oh shit. Ah. Ba-da-ba. Hey. Ooh, styling on hose. Bink. Hey. Kaylee said, I like Princess Strawberry. I'm glad you're a fan. I didn't realize that I had made the ground red. I tried to make it look like grass, but I think I put red instead of green, and it was so dark I just didn't realize it. Kaylee said, hey, I like it. I'm glad that you vibe. Volt said, I sent Princess Strawberry. Kratos said, no, Nick, step your subtitle game up. They can't just stay there on the screen the whole game. You right. So the reason the subtitles are just up on the screen the whole time, at the very last minute, I was like, I need to explain what the fuck is going on. So then that's what I did. Do-do-do-do. I'm glad that we were able to do another 30-minute challenge. Let's see. Kratos said that makes sense. Volt said subtitle game is trash though. So, if you guys are down, I wouldn't mind doing another one. At like 11 something, if you guys were interested. Kratos said, if you guys are down, we can do another 30-minute challenge at 11.
Kratos, we're on that wavelength, my nigga. I just said that same exact thing. Yo, Kaylee, if you're down, we could do another 30-minute challenge at like 11. Kaylee said in quotes, I've got you, I've got you, I've got you, because you got that. And then Kratos said, ah, and then Kaylee said, I'm down. Ballin'. Yeah, that was fun. So Izanagi, because Izanagi is all about like reviewing our games and stuff we make on Dreams, and he always has strong opinions. Who do you think won that one? K-Leg or your boy? Because Izanagi is always very strong with his opinions. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Kaylee said, only if you play my Fire Water game for the music. I'll play your Fire Water game again, Kaylee. Womp, 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 womp. Womp, 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 womp. Kaylee said, I want to hear him rip apart my game, lol. Izanagi might love your game. Kratos said, mine was so good I'm off the charts. Kratos' was so good, Izanagi can't say anything about Kratos'. Kaylee said, Kratos won. Excuse me. Escape Room Kitchen at 87 likes. Have I not thumbs this up? At 88 likes. Congratulations. Let's see. Kaylee said my platforms are too easy. Volt said Kratos always wins. Kratos said, at least they existed, though. The character walk speed in this game is very slow, which does give it a mood, for real. I tried to do like a speed run, and the game's like, nah. Volt said existence is key. Kaylee said it's supposed to feel like a nightmare. Lol.
I don't really do stuff when I'm on my own. Not because
his voice comes in hard.
It's because I don't want to. I'm completely useless without you by my side.
Volt said that
But
music
when
though.
you're here, it feels like I'll grow some wings and fly.
Kaylee said, what the fuck? And Kaylee said, I'm sorry. Ooh, and that was Kaylee's Firewater game. Kaylee said, lol, and then Volt said, it's so good. Dun, 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 dun. Kaylee said, I'm dead. Where's Izanagi's review of Kaylee's Firewater game? Volt said, I need to know what that song was called. The lyrics were like, I don't really do stuff when I'm on my own. You could probably like Google that line and then maybe find it through that. Let's see. Volt said, I think Izanagi is bye-bye. Kratos said, I has an idea. Okay, hit me up, Kratos. What's the idea? Ooh, someone already liked my shock player character. Okay. Okay. I need to check my notifications. Kratos said, next 30-minute challenge, horror. We need more rules than that. Oh, someone shared a remix of my Omnitrix with me? Someone used my Omnitrix in remix of Omnitrix. Oh, okay. Let me look at it. Ooh, they made the pipes look good. Ooh, they stunted. Okay, I like how they made the pipes look clean. My pipes don't look that clean. They saw my pipes and they said, could be cleaner though. They're like, it could be clean as a bitch. Okay, I see you. Yeah. Let me look at your remix of Omnitrix collection. Did you make all of them look like that? Nah, he didn't. I don't think he did. Nah, he didn't. Yeah. I would have lost my shit. That was cool though. Volt said, I'm gonna look up that song immediately. Kaylee said, my fave. Kratos said, blue. Kaylee said, hey, nice. Volt said, they did good as fuck. So, Kratos, I'm surprised that you were surprised by the blue thing. Here's the Omnitrix collection that I made. So, Kaylee said, Kaylee said, the dreamer who made that song. Do we know who the dreamer who made that song was? Is named Hyman Trouble. That's pretty good. Kratos said, ooh, I missed that. Okay, so Kratos, here's what you missed from the Omnitrix collection. This is when the Omnitrix is in collection mode. That's when it's like collecting fresh DNA samples. This is the Omnitrix in active mode when you can use it to transform into aliens. Let's see. This is the Omnitrix in inactive charging mode when it needs to charge. This is the Omnitrix in a weird mode. I forgot the name of this mode, but more or less when you're stuck in this mode, you can't turn into other aliens, and it's supposed to be like a permanent transformation. This mode is recalibration mode. This is when the Omnitrix is readjusting itself for a user who has like changed or matured. For example, when Ben got his Omnitrix removed when he was 10 or 11, when he put it back on when he was 15 and entered recalibration mode and then changed to adapt to his like new DNA. Then we got self-destruct mode. This is when the Omnitrix is about to explode. Volt said, that the name of a god. Kratos said, these are all real modes? How did I miss all this? So these are all real modes. Kaylee said, it's a remix of Selfish by Sauce Lesson. Sauce Lesson? These names, though. Yeah, these are all real modes. And I made all of these while on stream, I'm pretty sure. Volt said, you ain't no real Ben 10 fan then. This is inactive mode, but I made it all white. It's not normally all white. Like the face, I mean, it might be all white. I remember talking about this one and being not sure about how I felt about it. But whatever. This one is when Ben's Omnitrix is affected by Charmcaster's magic. It's pink. And then this one is Ben 23's Omnitrix. Ben 23 is a Ben Tennyson from an alternate universe who kind of looks like Justin Bieber. Think about like, what if Ben became a celebrity superhero while he was 10 years old and he didn't have any real guidance? So he just became like a full-on celebrity. And his Omnitrix was blue and it had like gold and stuff on it. I had fun making the Ben 23 one. Though, this is kind of choppy. Because this one has the gold over the whole side. And this one doesn't have the gold over the whole side. I don't know why I did it like that. That one could have been a little bit better. Kratos said, how did I miss Ben 23? So Ben 23 is something that comes up in Ben 10 Omniverse. So if you haven't checked out Ben 10 Omniverse, I highly recommend it because Ben 10 Omniverse is like the best Ben 10 series. But yeah, I do really like this Omnitrix collection. But I don't think it's received a lot of love. Yeah, it has like 3 thumbs up. But I made all these different watches. Nobody cares. Let's see. Someone gave a thumbs up to Simple Fighter Shock Player character. So I'm glad they vibed with that. Someone used the Score Flight Ring in their creation Gaia 2D. Someone gave a thumbs up to the Slime Summoner Dragon enemy. Someone gave a thumbs up to 2-player soccer game. And someone gave a thumbs up to Henshin Robot Tutorial Boombox. Let's see, Kratos said, I'll check out Omniverse. Kaylee said, bruh, sauceless on made a visualizer for Selfish, and the controller vibrates to the beat. That sounds pretty dope, not gonna lie. Kratos said, okay, let's plan this next challenge. Sounds like a plan. Okay, so we're gonna do a horror theme. What else beyond horror? Volt said, bruh. Also, is anyone going to do this community jam where you have to make a 30-second long dream? That's the only like rule for this community jam. It has to be like 30 seconds. I know Kratos wasn't able to enter anything into the community jam last time, but this seems like a good opportunity. Kaylee said, I might. 30-second short film, Kaylee? Kratos said, oh, I can do that jam. I feel like anybody can do that jam. Well, I mean, to be honest, their jams are always pretty generalized, where I think anybody could do it. They've yet to have anything super crazy. You know what I mean? Which is good. I think that's kind of the point. Let's see. Most thumbs up. Thirstpocalypse is tied with Cloudmaster, Defender of the Heavens. Metal Draco FPS didn't do as well as I would have probably hoped for it. I have a lot of stuff that has just like one like. Or at least one person saw it and was like, yeah, I fuck with it. Let's see. Kratos says Dracodaspire is up to 15 likes. Yo, congratulations, my guy. The closest thing I have to that is the arcade machine guy. Volt said 2. All you gotta try to implement non-horror music into the game in some way. Kaylee said, ooh, interesting, Volt. So the music can't be horror music, but it has to be a horror-themed game. Okay, so we got 2 out of the 3 rules in. But what would be rule number 3? Walt said, it will make for an odd atmosphere. It sounds like it. Dream surfing. Oh wait, I got a new notification. What is it though? I don't see the new notification. I feel like I already looked at these. Perplexed I am. Ryan said on the new YGO Pro, you can play Rush Duels. Ayy. Speaking of Yu-Gi-Oh! No results found for Yu-Gi-Oh! That doesn't sound right. Is there nothing Yu-Gi-Oh based on here? Kratos said, what is the 3rd rule? Kaylee said, oh, I sent you something. You sent me something. You sent me the visualizer that you were talking about. how do you make visualizers? Bruh said, how are there no results for Yu-Gi-Oh? And then Volt said, play it.
I don't really do stuff when I'm on my own. Not because I couldn't, it's because I don't want to. I don't want to.
Kaylee said it's probably just the cane.
Without you by my side.
Well, I'm like,
but when you're here, it feels like I'll grow some wings and fly.
Kaylee said like making a film. But I'm curious, like how does he make the controller vibrate to the beat and stuff like that? Like, does he do it in such a way where he could apply it to any song? Or is it specifically something that he made work for this? Because the Windows Media Player visualizer adapts to whatever song you have playing. So I'm curious if this is specific or not. Then Kaylee said, ooh. Kaylee said that's a good question. When he did that part, it looked as if like the graphical quality went up really high. Kaylee said it's coronavirus. I also was thinking something about the coronavirus. I really like that ending part when like all the colors and shit turned on. I was like, wow, that's probably like one of the coolest shits I've seen on my TV. That was quite interesting. Volt said this song is so good. He said the person who made this needs to make music online. They get a loyal ass fan base. I'm glad that Volt's fucking with the music. Let's see. Audio visual. Music. Most thumbs up. Use the moon to color the void while creating music. There's an epilepsy warning on this. Viewer discretion is advised. There's an epilepsy warning on this game. Kratos said, okay, what would classify as horror music so I know what not to add? Volt said, music is my passion. I would say don't add any music that's specifically like supposed to be scary. Volt said third rule wasn't decided yet. Oh, that's kind of dope. Hold on. A moment ago I made like the atom symbol or whatever by accident, but I don't know how I did it. I know I was holding R2. I think I was doing something with this. I could have made something that looked like it. Dad said gay stars. Yo, Dad, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? Do you have any discussion topics that you'd like to talk about on the stream? That's kind of nice. Hold on. I like that. Dad said, looks like the more you know animation. With like the rainbow that like shoots across. I think, wait, yeah, the more you know has that. So does Reading Rainbow, I think. I think I used to always get those confused. If you hit the right side of the screen, it kind of has like a little beep. And it also affects how the light scatters off of it. I love that. So hold on. That kind of makes the atom effect that I was wanting. So you hold L2 and press all 4 face buttons while flying in a circle. And they spiral and they kind of make that like atomic thing. I don't know what it's called. I didn't do it right that time. Yeah, that. Whatever that is. Kratos said, yeah, that's definitely an atom. Oh! Dad said, not Dad, Kratos said, try spelling your name. Oh, well. Probably shouldn't use that setting. I say that as if there's a setting that doesn't shoot out of all sides. Okay. So, J, E, T. Because it shoots in all directions, it has quite the interesting effect. J, E, T. Kratos said, let's see, Kaylee said, ooh, this is interesting. Then Kratos said, try in cursive. J, E, T. What happens if you try to like draw a smiley face? Kaylee said, reminds me of one app on the iPad. This thing has almost like 8,000 likes. Actually, if I had just gone for eyes and mouths, it probably would have looked more like a smiley face. Huh. Let's see. It's hard to get a good smile in. That's pretty dope. Kaylee said, I wish you could pause the movement. Kratos said, oh. Kratos said, I like that. I do too. Beth says 10 p.m. I'd like to thank you all for watching. If you guys like this video, make sure to smash that like button, favorite, comment, subscribe, and ding ding ding, ring that notification bell to be notified whenever we do these live streams. This is your host, your friend, your boy, Jet Black the One Only, logging out. Stay tuned. We're going to do another dream stream at 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I'll catch you guys later. Peace.